everything budgeting, everything about planning for the national and county governments. We are here at the PFM Village, hosted by Budget Talk Global and Budgeti Hub and many other partners. We'll start in the next 2 minutes, so let's all get seated. Let's all get ready to start this. Don't forget that we have another discussion early morning again today on health reforms and of course on open data, and later in the afternoon we have a session on smart agriculture for climate resilience, adaptation and mitigation. So in the next 1 minute we'll kick off the discussion and the presentations, so let's all brace ourselves for a fruitful discussion for today. PDF Day 3. Once again, I remind you that tomorrow we have the International Women's Day happening still here at the Uhuru Park main stage. So also, we welcome you for that day. And of course, in the evening, we have Les Wanyika, one of the oldest bands in Eastern Central Africa, the most popular rumba band in Eastern Central Africa from 1978 till today, Le Wanyika in the evening. So welcome. Let me hand over to our MC for today. Please make your way a bit faster. I can see some students coming, making their way to the red corner, the public finance management. Tukaze mkono kidogo, tukaze mguu kidogo. We are starting in the next 1 minute. Welcome everybody to today's deliberations, and we hope to have a fruitful deliberation and engagement. Remember, the theme for PDF is building a collaborative democracy for a sustainable future for Kenya. I welcome you, all of you. So we start with the national anthem. DJ is going to put a national anthem Mali. So that we start with it. I hand you over to our able MC, Ken Babu. Karibu sana brother. Let's all settle down and be ready for the national anthem.
Thank you my brother. DJ, tafutie national anthem hapo tuanze nayo kama maombi. Kisha tuendelee na shughuli ya leo. We are behind schedule. In the meantime, iko sawa? You ready? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, once again my name is Ken Babu. I'll be your MC for the day. We've been doing this for the last 2 days, and I believe you're going to have a good engagement. Nimeona Gen Z wako hapa, si ndio? Gen Z oi. Gen Z power. Hamna power bwana. Kumbe hamna power. Ati Gen Z oi. Gen Z power. We'll see that. We're going to have engagement with the students here on different issues relating to PFM and public finance management. Si mnapenda kujua venye pesa inatumika? Mungu na pesa? Ama mnatafuta pesa? Ama mtakuwa na pesa? That's great. Once you are settled, okay, very quickly we can be on our feet. We can be on our feet for the national anthem. DJ. Thank you. My brother, Asha, kuja unisaidia kidogo. Because of time, we'll just like to get to know which school is here with us now. One representative from each school, right? Just mention your name and your school, and then your colleagues will appreciate you in clapping. Pea huyu anaona amebeba mkono. Ni kama huyu ndio prefect. Aya. Your name and the institution. Be on your feet.
I am Jessica from Msedo Secondary School.
Jessica from Msedo Secondary School. Which form?
Form 4.
Form 4. That's great. Give it back. Let's appreciate Musedo. Tupigeni makofi. Aha.
I'm Christine from Eruma Girls, Form 4.
Christine from Ruma Girls. Watu wa Ruma wako wapi? Watu wa Ruma wengine wako wapi? Christine uko peke yako. Let's appreciate Ruma Girls.
I'm Pretty Mukedhi Chief Bogori Girls, Form 3.
Come again?
Pretty Mukedhi Chief Bogori Girls.
Chief
Form
Bogori. Let's appreciate Pretty Mukedhi from Chief Bogori. The one in green. Are you from Ruma as well? Okay.
I'm Nelly Francis from Mudabe Girls, Form 3.
Form 3, Mudabe Girls, Neri. Let's appreciate her.
I'm Nicholas Mugwimi from Igwanjau High School.
Ingwejen High School, Nicholas, Form
4.
let's appreciate Nicholas and his team.
I'm Sharon Mwende from Igakilamba, Form 4.
Which school? Lakisama. Speak on the mic.
Igakiramba.
Igakiramba. Let's appreciate Igakiramba School.
I'm Sharon Kinya from Magoma Secondary School.
Let's appreciate Sharon. Tupigeni makofi bana. Watu ya starehe. Amupigi makofi.
I'm Winnie Makena from Mutiguru Secondary, Form 4.
Let's appreciate Winnie.
I'm Nancy Gatwiri from Kiganguru Girls.
Kiganguru Girls, Nancy Gatwiri. Tumpigeni makofi. Kama shule yako ijapewa mic usinyamaze. D. Hii ni the starehe boys ama ni starehe tu? Starehe tu hivyo. Okay.
I am Keith Kazungu from the Starehe Boys Center and I'm a fourth former.
Fourth form. Wewe si mtu wa form 4? Wewe ni mtu wa fourth form. Let's appreciate Starehe. Let's appreciate Starehe Boys Center. Aha. Wewe chukua mic bwana.
I'm Rowan Mutugi at St. Augustine Rogota.
Come again?
Rowan Mutugi schooling at St. Augustine Rogota.
St. Augustine Rogota. Which form are you?
Form 4.
That's great. Let's appreciate St. Augustine Rogota.
I go by the name Victor. I'm from Chogoria School, Form 3.
Chogoria School, Form 3. Victor. Tumpigeni makofi. Nani aja? Okay. Let's proceed.
Shem Gogi, Goroki High School.
Which school?
Goroki High School.
Shem Muruk.
Gogi.
Shem Gogi, Goroki High School. Tumpigeni makofi. Shule gani hajatajwa? Nyinyi mmepata? Bado, okay.
Regina Patrick from Gaita Girls, Form 3.
Gaita Girls, Form 3. Regina Patrick. Let's appreciate Regina.
I go by the name Mutembei Betty, Iku Girls High School.
Mutembei Betty, Iku Girls High School. Let's appreciate Mutembei Betty. Kama shule yako hujapata hapo.
Rehema Mwende, Gembambo High School.
Gembambo High School, Rehema Mwende. Let's appreciate Rehema. And then of course we have our guests and people we've been engaging with from day one up to today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have what we call engaging children on budget for sustainable future. The children's debate. Ladies and gentlemen, na wanafunzi wote, muko tayari? Kama uko tayari, clap once. Kama uko tayari, clap once. Clap twice. Polite. So our topic today will be, should Kenya prioritize investments in education over infrastructure in its public finance management? We can discuss that, right? So that will be our area of conversation. And this session will be moderated by Nisisi Nisasa and Mtoto News. Wapi wapi wa Nisisi Nisasa? Nisisi Nisasa? All students are part of Nisisi Nisasa, sindio? Mtoto News? All students are part of Mtoto News, sindio? So ladies and gentlemen, and wanafunzi ambao wako hapa. Hata mimi last year nilikuwa mwanafunzi. Ama sikai? Mimi ni mzee. Nilikuwa mwanafunzi. Nilikuwa starehe. Mliniona? Hamkuniona? Mimi nilikuwa nacheza chini. Ni principal alikuwa ananijua. Thank you so much. Let me give it back to my brother. Let's appreciate Atulo. He'll be moderating this session from Total News side. Thank you, my brother. Take over 1 hour. Iko sawa? Asante.
Habari zenu? Good morning, everyone. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Guys, let's clap with energy. Tumekunywa breakfast. How many have not had breakfast? Yes, I'm reporting back to Nisisi Nisasa. Naambia watoto wakunywe breakfast. Ndio? Alafu after this session, immediately after session, we are going to have our breakfast. Sawa. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for being part of this conversation, and thank you so much for even informing the country and the people at the PDF that children's voices are important. Sindio? Children's voices are? Yes, I know you guys are students, and today you'll allow me to call you children. Allow me. Sawa sawa. Nimekubalika. The constitution nasema between anyone under the age of 18 is a child. Yes. So you guys will allow me to call you children today, and we'd love to hear children's voices in this budgeting process. Budgeting? Yeah, we've had a lot of budgeting. We've had a lot of things happening. Last year we had about, and many other years we've had about finance bills, Indio. And some things happened after the finance bill last year, Indio. And people were not happy. Tuliona nani walienda kwa streets? Nani walienda kwa streets? Nyini Gen Z. So that happened. And people went to the street. And they were talking about this finance bill hivi na hivi ndio inakaa. And we saw a lot of young people talking about that. Because they have an understanding. Sawa. I work for an organization called Mtoto News. And at Mtoto News, we do one thing. We make children visible. We make children visible in different ways. To make children visible, by one of the ways is making sure that their voices are heard. Sauti zao zinasikika. Your voices are heard in issues that affect you guys. The budgeting process, do you think it affects you guys? Do you think the budgeting process affects you as children? So as Mtoto News, and in collaboration for this particular event and session, we are working with BTG, or Budget Talk Global, and the entire PDF, and also being part of this and ensuring that watoto tunasikia sauti zao. And what are they saying about this whole budgeting process? It could be in education, their schools, different ways they are being affected. Maybe tulisikia mambo ya capitation. Unajua capitation? Unajua capitation? Anyone? Capitation? Kuna pesa fulani ambayo serikali inalipia kila mwanafunzi kwa mwaka to be in school. Tulisikia ilireduciwa kidogo, si ndio? Hiyo ina affect different things. Maybe chakula mlikuwa mnakula hivi, saizi imeenda chini kwa sababu capitation imereduce, si ndio? And maybe you guys used to have vitabu vizuri, now mnaambiwa you guys are sharing books 6 people, si ndio? So things like that, they come all the way from the budget. And now tulikaa chini tukajiambia, tumesikiza watu wote wanaongea. Tumesikiza serikali, tumesikiza stakeholders. We have CSOs here. CSOs ni civil society organizations. Wenye ni stakeholders important kwa hii conversation. Lakini sisi tukakaa tukajiambia, one of the most important stakeholders, especially in something like education, wenye wana spend time mingi sana wakiwa shule. Kwa mwaka mzima you spend a lot of time in school with teachers more than you spend with your parents. Ni ukweli? Yes. So kwa nini to have a conversation and we are not having one of the most important stakeholders talking about it? Sawa sawa. So we have the budgeting process. And in Kenya, like different other countries, budgeting ni important. Inakuwa kwa kitu inaitwa public finance management. And ni vizuri tunasema it is vital for nurturing watoto wakijua mambo kama ya public finance and the budgeting process. It is important sababu inawasaidia mkuwe informed. Mnafikiria watu wangeenda kuongelelea finance bill kama wako informed? Hawangeweza, si ndio? But because they knew hii inakaa hivi na hii kikuja itatu affect hivi kama young people, kama the country at large, and even with our neighboring countries, si ndio? So wakasema kwa sababu niko informed, acha niende niongelelei maneno. So the same thing for us. We want you as children to also be informed and to also be responsible citizens. Sawa sawa? Being responsible citizens in the near future. Na hata saizi tuko tunaambiwa children are the leaders of tomorrow. Ni ukweli? Ni ukweli? Ni ukweli ama ni uongo? But pia you guys are leaders of now. Si ndio? Si tuko na student councils. We have student councils in our schools, si ndio? And we run them, I believe we run them in a very effective manner. and we are capable of doing this as students. So one of the things we are looking is to ensure that we also promote financial literacy. Like you're able to understand. When my parents pay my school fees, for example, this is how it is supposed to help me. When I go to buy that bread or kangumu or something in the canteen, there's a bit of money that inaenda kwa taxes, sindio? And this money is supposed to help me. The infrastructure of the school, it's supposed to help the roads around, it's supposed to help the healthcare and different other sectors in our country, sindio? So what we want to do is to ensure that you guys are able to talk about these issues. You're able to understand. This is what the budgeting process is. And this is where it comes from. Unapata in our constitution, we have Article 201, which talks about the principles of public finance. Inaongelelea transparency, accountability, inaongelelea mambo ya ensuring equitable allocation of resources. Tusiseme ati msedo wanapatiwa shilingi 2 and then Starehe wanapatiwa Sumni and then another school from Tarakanidhi wanapatiwa 30 bob. Sindio? We want equitable allocation of resources because it affects us. The same chemistry you're learning is the same chemistry another child in another school is learning. Sindio? So we want to ensure that all this is done in a way that sisi wote, there's equity in this. We also have the Public Finance Management Act ya 2012. Inaongelea mambo yote ya public finance. Na serikali inafaa kuhandle aje mambo ya public finance. Pia tuko na mambo ingine yenye sisi as a country in the international space. Tunasema sisi kama Kenya tunatambua we are part of UN. Na part of UN we are agreeing to a document called the UNCRC, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Na inapatiana vitu kadhaa about venye mtoto anafaa kutritiwa. Na one of the things yenye sisi kama mtoto news especially tunasema sana is child participation. Sawa sawa? Child participation. Ensuring that tunasikia sauti zenyu in these matters that affect you. So we have the budget process, ni process ingine inakaa, there's just something that happens. Kwanza tunakaa chini tunasema, we are formulating this budget for the year, for example. Let me just ask, financial year ya yenye tuko saizi ilianza when? Financial year yenye tuko saizi. Anyone? Any of the students? Yes.
The 1st July 2024.
Kuna mtu mwingine nasikia kuna opinion nyingine hapa.
1st June of 2024.
1st June of 2024. Another one? Another one? Financial year yenye tuko saizi ilianza siku gani? Anyone from this side? Anyone from this side? Oh, there's one here. Asha atanisaidia na Mike.
First June of 2024.
First July 2024.
The implementation period started on 1st July of 2024.
So, unaona sisi wote tuko na, hiyo inamaanisha nini? Sisi wote we need our capacity to be built on public finance, ndio? sisi wote, both adults and children. Mtu asikwambia ati wewe kama mtoto haujui, si ndio? All of us at any one point tunahitaji kusensitiziwa on matters public finance, na si kuambiwa tu hizo ma ears peke yake. We also need to know how does it affect us as children. Sawa sawa, sisi kama watoto, how does it affect us? And we wanted to hear from you guys. And I know you are teachers. We had a brief with your teachers yesterday on how, on basically what you are going to be doing today, and how the impact of the engagement that we are having today. And so I want to ask you guys to cooperate with us and to be with us. And we'd love to also hear from you guys. What are some of the budget issues that you think the government is supposed to be looking at that is affecting you as a child directly and indirectly? What are some of the issues that the government, even ikienda kuform the next budget, you as a child, we'd love to hear your voice. What do you think is important for a child, as a child, ikwe included, knowing that as you're seated here, you're representing children from across the country. So that is a privilege. You're representing children from across the country. And whatever you say here might trickle down to different other children across the country. Sindio? Unaweza penda whatever we are doing here ikuje kwa shule yako. Sindio? Individual school. To come to your school to be asked, what do you think of A, B, C, D? Sio budget peke yake. It can be something to do with health. It can be something to do, there's some conversation about CBC happening. I know none of us here is taking CBC. Ama kunayo? CBC? Yes. But it will be important even for us to ask children, what do you think of this system? To sensitize, to build capacity yao, waweze kuelewa hiyo CBC ni nini, alafu tuwaulize, mnaona aje historia ya CBC, si ndio? It will be really important. Before I continue, anyone wants to say something? Any of the students so far? Student yote ana kitu ya kusema about what we've talked about, the budgeting, and also something about public finance. Your understanding of it before tuendelee. Naona kuna mkono ina each hapa. Anyone? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samson Adiwar from Msedo Beijing High School. Now, in concern of the issues of public finance, PFM, budgeting programs, I think one day, when I went to the hospital, what made me really give me just like, I was so scared, there was lack of enough medicines in the hospital. The government has not raised these issues. We should come with raise some of the amount of money on how to manufacture our drugs. The government should export some of the materials from other countries maybe to just build an industry, create some of the money to build an industry on how to manufacture of these drugs, because Kenya is one of the third world countries in Africa, so we need to come up with our own industry on how to manufacture medicines. If it is possible, you can export all these materials. The government should do that to ensure that all the hospitals in this country have adequate medicines. Number two, issues concerning electrical systems. I got some of the news at Kisumu. There were these issues was brought about by lack of electricity across the globe. I mean, across that country. The government should come up with a system, maybe building some of the electrical projects, issuing all these, maybe constructing dams in those areas on how to generate hydroelectrical power on those areas. Number 3, building of roads. Some of the roads are worthless. The government should just come up with a system, create some of the money on how to, construct all these roads. Some of the roads are really, really unworthy. So transport of goods and services or people across these roads becomes very, very difficult. So this one is a very, very important issue that the government should take action over. Maybe, if I may conclude, the government should also offer some of the schools, maybe, for example, a school where I am studying at Msedo, like some of the programs like lack of enough materials in the laboratory. The government should, come up with a certain amount of money or raise certain amount of money on how to issue all those schools, not only our schools, but also all the schools across the globe, to ensure that there is sufficient and pure learning on those areas. We should be offered with materials for the laboratory, not only the laboratory, but also the government should ensure that the schools are well published to ensure safety of the students and to ensure proper cooperation in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Remind us your name. Remind us your name.
My name is Samson Oduor from Sedo, Beijing.
Samson Oduor from Sedo. Any other student? Any other students that want to say something with regard to public finance? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Muti. I'm from the Starehe Boys Center and School. I would like to speak about a controversial topic. This is about basically oscillating about the topic of equity and how opportunities are spread out all over the country for every single child. I'll put it in this perspective. You all know, you all agree with me, you all know that it's fact, it's a matter of true or true, there's no true or false. So it's very true that people outside there, basically children, some of them lack education, and some of us have education. Basically, you can find that, putting it in terms of percentage, that 70% of students, being the majority, are in school, while 30% are not. So where am I coming to? This basically means that the government, in my opinion, should focus on budgeting for these education services. How are they going to do this? We budget for infrastructure, we forget education. Now, this is what you're going to do. We bring education, we add more money to education, we reduce the money in infrastructure. What is the point of having infrastructure and we don't have education? What's the point of having a not educated person in an office which is fully developed and the person does not have content, does not have knowledge about it? Now, this does not mean that you just bring money and give poor quality of education. Well, giving money is one thing, quality of education is another thing. Now, what I'm supporting is we bring money into education, more money, rather than taking it into infrastructure, and after doing that, we increase the quality. You agree with me, right? By increasing the quality, what are we going to do about this? You're going to have more educated people. What is this going to bring? You're going to raise our standards. We will have educated people, now we will raise those infrastructures. After raising those infrastructures, we will now become the utopia that people think Kenya is, right? So basically, we should focus more on bringing the funds into important things like education, not into unimportant things like infrastructure, which will not help actually. There's no need for having a person who is not educated in an office which is fully developed. That is my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Remind us your name.
Name is David Moti.
David Moti from this, nilisikia emphasize on this Starehe Boys School and Boys Center and School. Thank you so much, David, for that. Any other student before we go to our next subsection? Any other student? And thank you so much to every other person that is joining us now. We are having a conversation with children, getting children's voices on the budgeting process for a sustainable future. We want to hear children's voices. What are they saying with regards to the budgeting process? Sauti zao ni important sana. Their voices are very important. And different documents, legal documents, and frameworks are telling us that child participation is important. Children need to participate on issues that affect them. And all the things that we want to do now, our session is a bit unique because we're not just having conversation like this. We want to hear from the students even more. I know we have around 30 minutes now. We have around 30 minutes now, and we want to do something unique. We want to go into groups. We want to go into groups. And the students are going to, the adults can join the groups because later on we'll be hearing what they'll be getting from the groups. The adults can join the groups just to listen in and also offer some kidogo kind of direction on the topics they'll be discussing. So what we want to do is the children are going into the different groups, 3 groups, and they're going to be talking about or discussing amongst themselves what are some of the important budgeting issues that they think the government should put in place. And we as stakeholders, CSOs, we have the civil society, we have different other organizations, the INGOs, and different other people who are in this particular session and who are being listening in to this conversation as it's ongoing through the media. So before we get into groups, we have someone who wants to say something.
Thank you. I'm Vincent Gitao from the Starehe Boys Center. And I would just like to give a personal opinion. So far, so good. We have been having talks like this about budgeting, finance, since we got our independence. And so far, we have been giving solutions at platforms like this. And implementation, that's where we are poor at. There's no lie to that. And here comes a shocking fact. Back when we got our independence, we were at the same stage with countries like Singapore, Malaysia. Such countries, we were all at the same level. Actually, they used to get loans from us. Kenya, a country like Kenya, we used to offer loans to such countries. And so far, if we compare ourselves to them, we are way far behind. And that is because, partially, what I've realized is because we have centered so much on places like Nairobi, Nakuru, Naivasha, such places. We have a centralized kind of development such that other areas never get really developed. I mean, like, when will we ever hear of a great town in Turkana? When will we ever hear of a great town down in a place where it's not known? We have centered all our development into just the surrounding places. The capital. That's what I actually think is one of the main issues, because when we have a decentralized kind of development, we tap into those places which have economic gain rather that they're never tapped into because people think they're not worth it. Every place is worth it. Take a China, for example. China is very great and has very great economics. Why? Because they have cities all around the country. The country is bigger than Kenya, with their cities even having 83 million people living in one city. Just one city, not even the main city. But that is because each and every single place, you will always find a greater city and a place where development has been vast. If we decentralize our development, we are going to go far. But so far, so good. Whenever there needs to be a new road to be built, wow, expressway, Nairobi. Whenever there needs to be a new building to be built, why go far? There's Nairobi. We always think of the center places. So far, so good. I think it's time we move to other places. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love how they are starting their giving their feedback. The first one said this is a controversial opinion. I love that. And remind us your name, please.
Vincent Gitao.
Yeah, Vincent Gitao. He said, this is my personal opinion. And then he went out and talked about what most of us are actually thinking about how this country should be. We've been having these conversations since independence. He mentioned some countries that we were at par with. Are we currently at par with these countries? Thank you so much. And I'm being told the students from Tharaka Nithi tupatane hapo nyuma ya tent kidogo, and then we will come back. Students from Tharaka Nithi County, thank you so much. So, like I mentioned, we want to go into groups, and we want to discuss something very important for the next about 5 minutes, and then we'll come make our presentation, and then our session will be over. But we really want to hear from you guys. What do you think about the budgeting process for a sustainable future? This is how we are going to take Tharaka Nithi students. You can go behind the tent. Hapo tu nyuma ya tent kidogo. Tunasikianga mtu anasema nione nyuma ya tent, and good things are happening nyuma ya tent. Si ndio? good things happen nyuma 10. So acha tuone what good things they are going to tell us from hapo nyuma 10. So in the meantime, for the remaining students, I want us to be in 3 groups. Sawa sawa? In 3 what? If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap thrice. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can see me, clap once. I want to teach you something. I know you've heard it before, maybe. Inclusive clap. Do you know the inclusive clap? Do you know the inclusive clap? So if I say, if you can hear me, clap once, you do what? You clap. Sawa sawa. If you can see me, clap once, you do what? There's how the deaf people clap. How do they clap? They clap like this. So if I say, if you can hear me, clap once, you clap. If you can hear me, clap once. From that side, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can see, if I say, if you can see me, clap once. Sawa sawa. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can see me, clap once. Kuna pali nimesikia. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can see me, clap once. Wapi hiyo umetoka? Anyway, this is what you're going to do. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sawa sawa. And you'll go to the group that you have selected. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 3, 3. 1, 1, 3. 3. Mwalimu, you want to be part of this? 1, 1, 2, 3. So can I have all the group ones here? We have 5 minutes, and we're discussing what are some of the budgeting issues that we as students think should be included in this budgeting process for a sustainable future. Group ones here. Group ones here around this place. Group ones around this place. Group 2 around that corner. Group 2 around that corner. And group 3s watakaa hapa mbele. Tunaweza turn viti tufesiane, we form a semicircle. Adults, if you would love to be part of this session, just to listen in to what the students are saying, you can join them in their respective groups. Thank you. Tunaweza form semicircle. Group 3 here. The number 3 is here. And we have only about 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, group 2s, these are group 1. So basically what you're doing, because tunajua umoja ni nguvu, si ndio? Umoja ni nguvu. And you want to hear from a collective voice, from students from different schools. What do they think are some of the things that should be prioritized in the budgeting process from a child's perspective, from a student's perspective? Sawa. I'd love my colleagues from BTG and Mtoto News to help me in the respective groups also. My colleagues from BTG and Mtoto News to help me in the respective groups, offering guidance. But the most important thing is to hear from the students, is to hear from the children. What do they think are issues that should be prioritized in the budgeting process for a sustainable future? And this could be included in the upcoming budget, the one for 2025-2026. Yeah, so my colleagues, you can choose a group that you'll be in. We are doing this for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll come make our presentation. You can get someone from your group to assist in writing that, and someone else to help you in presentation of the same. Thank you. If you have any question, we have colleagues from Total News and BTG, and also the adults in the groups. They can assist you in coming up with some of these issues. Thank you.
Just basically everything.
I think for 844, it brought about the concept of you finishing school, getting a job. But for CBC, it's all about you giving yourself a job. That will improve the country. So in the budgeting process,
sometimes napata shule iko na watoto 2000 pesa wanapokea ni watu 500. Unaona kisa hiyo.
Hello.
Pesa kisa hiyo.
I think there was a technical hitch. For us to improve also, extracurricular activities, right? Other schools, let's say which other school like something to be developed, the government should also include that in the budgeting process, right? They should set a certain amount. Let's say set about 5 billion for schools all over Kenya to improve their own infrastructure, their own resources to have in
It is poor resource allocation. In that, one thing we work on equity more than equality, because there's no way equity means that nakupea chenye unafaa kuwa nacho what you need.
tell you about education.
Because now, let's say
there is a university
in your case when you say
so you guys will be learning virtually. So you guys
Okay, as you think, you have anything
to
else
go
to
with
say?
equity, equality that
Okay.
is yenye human beings love equality.
Anyone to add?
Equality means that kama ni napeana
we're
K,
supposed to talk
maybe
about different things
200K
that we feel
or
like
something like that.
funding
Materials
model.
from
We never said
Okay.
anything. It's
not
there.
to export
We
them
are trying
because
to cope with
you
it,
know
even
in the
though
process of
it's
exporting them
it's
maybe it
not
may be
working to
cost them a
its
lot of
best.
money.
So things
that was my
like
point
we need to
concerning
be
whereby
consulted,
see
like
the
thank you.
scholars
Not alone, leave alone the parents.
huwezi amka
People like us
mapema
students
uende
need to
shule
come out and
kusoma,
say like,
whereby utapata kwa kona kuna mwenye akona njaa.
these things
Sasa
like,
tunaona hapo huwezi enda
even the
masomo
government should be
like
na alafu
sufficient
unapata kwa
roads,
nyumba
maybe
kuna
government
stima
should be
ama
come up
if there was
hivyo
any
sasa
need
huko
for another one,
eh,
that we
tunakwenda
improve the
shule
previous
kusoma.
one. Rather
this
than
is
So,
like
getting
for
another
example
one.
if you go
Yeah.
to you know how to export
area
like
mnaishi.
So
As
for
tunaishi
example
Mathare,
sea
sasa tunaona hapo
transport, how to export substances from the USA inside Kenya, you know if
in
it is
matters
water
concerning
transport, the
budgeting
government
and
should come up with the
finances.
vessels
Yeah, so who else
and
has
build up
something
places
they want
on
to
how
add
to
before the
you
time
know
is up?
like
Points ingine, anyone?
to ensure that
Oh,
there is
okay, sorry.
sufficient, to ensure that all the goods coming from outside the country or from other places are sufficient within the country. Number two, in concern of transport, maybe our roads, the rural places should be built to ensure that it's easy, you know, people moving from one place to another, so that you know this one can entail about
for example, like now the government
you
has
know very very constructive and
people
are maybe develop using the
budgets
budget.
to
Thank you.
help the educational institutions because of delayed disbursement.
Us like
those funds create more
we are
problems.
supposed to be
Like
included.
for now, we have a loan of 12 billion to secondary schools because of this delayed disbursement. And
Aidha niko na swali, how come the government is almost always late to disperse funds but never late to collect funds? Waki-collect taxes from businesses wanakwanga very aggressive, pia unaweza pelekwa koti, unaweza pigwa na kanjo juu hujalipa, parking fee and everything. But when it comes to disbursement, to where the sectors actually need the money, napata Hosea hajalipo for the past 3 years na the same government expects watu watibiwe.
Naonanga wananyonganga mahali, wanakanga chini, wanasema ipeleke hizi pesa zote, kuna mali hatutafai tutajifaidi. Naona mimi naona sana ikawa wananyonganga mahali.
Watu wako ruthless.
whereby
boards, yeah, so that
wana
they
delay
can
ku
they
release
can help in
vitu na
providing
au
transport.
wanataka yaifanyike haraka, whereby sisi ndo tunaumia
let's give it a chance.
kuliko
Okay.
au.
We have the time
Saa hapo wanafaa
It's
kucheck on
banks
that, kwa sababu
mostly
utapata
break
kama
because
sio
of
yenye
floods
tunalipwa
down
school
here,
fees,
right? So
tunafukuzwa
I'll say most
shule
of the time
juu
the government has
tunafaa
tried.
kulipwa
Honestly,
school
they
fees
have
na
tried, like might say
mwalimu yeye
that,
hataki kujua
but let's say
hivyo,
they're
yeye
not doing
anataka
enough.
pesa ilipwe.
You can't tell me that the same engineer who tried to build
Some of those who are not registered on the social health authority, they are complaining that some of the hospitals are not providing them with the services because they are not registered on the SHA. Yeah, that's my concern.
Okay, thank you. Who else? Hi. Do you have anything you want to talk about?
My name is Jerry, and I'm not a student. I work at the CDPF, which is the Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum, and I just want you guys to. I just want to tell you guys to be advocates of your own future, because we know that sustainability is the idea of improving the current needs of the current generation without compromising the future needs of the next generation to come, and you are the next generation who is coming on.
Sai ni so ama ndio 70. Hiyo 70 mzazi hadi ana na hadi mtakula usiku. So we inakuwa affect, unachukua nguo yenye ilikuwa imetaruku imekaa sana, unajifunga kwenda shule, huwezi soma comfortable, unachekelewa na wenzako, so una feel yuko fine in itself.
You have to make
low
noise, and when you are picked and asked what do you want, you have to be informed and say that you want this and this.
Kwanza
Not
sai
just make
ilipandishwa
noise
kwanza,
and
sai hadi
if you are picked
hakuna
up, you won't be having anything to say. So you have to be constructive, you have to be well informed, and you have to advocate for your own self and for your own future. Thank you.
Okay, so the time is up. I want to say thank you for all of your, opinions and everything we've talked about. I believe that as students, we have a say, and we also need to be involved in matters like budgeting and finances. So yeah, thank you guys for everything you've said, and if there's anyone who wants to add something before we finish, you're free. Okay, you're free to say something.
Okay, so I think the government should provide the public with education, like public awareness, so that we may know the importance of budgeting. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What's your name again?
Jessica.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. So yeah, the time is up. It was nice to meet you all. We can go back to our respective seats. What did you say?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was passing through the groups, and I could hear some very interesting and fruitful deliberations. And this is just to the PDF team and to BTG and to Mtoto News. These children want to be heard. And they don't want it just to be here, coming here and talking, and this is ending here. They want something to be done about it. And they're telling us that they are able to even be part of the implementers, for this particular conversation that we are having. That is the budgeting process for a sustainable future. I'd love to usher in the different group representatives to the stage. The group representatives to the stage. Group representatives. I'd love to usher in the group representatives to the stage from the three groups here. I can see three of them. Paka stage iko na maji, unakunywa maji, unaweza beba Kelvin from Total News. Thank you. So the students are here, and they've had discussions around what they think are some of the budgeting items that we need to focus on as a people and as the government. What does the government need to focus on when it comes to children? And I would love to hear from them. First mentioning, what are some of these issues that you think that we should focus on, one by one, from this side to the other side, and then probably what are some of the solutions that you and your team members think around these areas?
So I'm Naomi Kasenga from Zero Beijing. Some of the issues that we have raised is education, healthcare, transport, and advanced technology, security, housing, and agriculture, and rural development. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I've said she said the issues. Can I say anything?
The second group, we have a group here.
Good morning. Good morning. Once again, my name is David Moti. In our group, we had a fruitful discussion. We discussed a lot. We came to conclusion, and we have multiple points to make everyone aware of. Sorry. We talked about accountability part of it. In everything someone does, there should be the aftermath result. So at the end of it all, you should account for everything that has been done. So the basic point is, after the money has been given out, after the budget has been made, at the end of it all, the government has to step up and account for it. We also discussed about students being involved in finance. Because there's no way we are here, we have brilliant minds, we can think. It's not that we are limited to thinking, but then we are not involved in what concerns us. So we have to be involved in everything they do. They get our opinion, and maybe, even better, we might give better opinions than what they think is right. Maybe our opinions might be better and they can consider them. Thank you.
Thank you so much to that group. The other group, third group. Something before you.
Okay. In addition, we discussed about public awareness. So you may find that some people are not educated about the budgeting. So the government should provide the people with education. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. So my name is Keith, and our group discussed the following points. So we started with corruption. As you all know, this is the backbone of the entire problem. So this will lead to things such as delays in the disbursements of funds. So take a case scenario. At independence, the then government promised to get rid of three things. That is poverty, ignorance, and diseases. However, as we progress through the years, they have added two other ones. That's impunity and corruption. So basically, the problem is not getting these funds to utilize in the education sector. It's the way they are used. Someone just decides to take them away and use them for their own benefits. Furthermore, to make things worse, the people in power who do this are protected. That is impunity. They cannot be touched because of their high positions in government. Next, poor allocation of resources. So you'd find that certain schools receive less resources as compared to others. But in this case, they're the ones that need the resources more. So the principle of equity is not being applied. They're applying equality, which does not favor some of these schools. Thank you.
My name is Congestina. And in addition of what he has talked, we have inadequate supply of pads. See, girls, hatuna pads, tuna lack, so hatuwezi soma fine. So hapo tunaafektiwa, others sisi hatuwezi afford pads, tunatumia old clothes kudu alafu tukienda shule unapata inapita kwa uniform, so kuna wengine wanakuchekelea, hawezi soma vizuri kwa class. So hapo tuko na shida na hiyo kwa pads, whereby our parents can't be able to afford. Tunatumia mattress pia, so we feel we are not safe in fact, and we need personal hygiene as a girl so that we are to effective in our diseases. Thank you.
She's saying, as you're talking about health, let us also look at personal hygiene, especially for the girls. I know we have stakeholders here who are in the SRHR sector, and this is something that you need to push for. This is something that is coming from a child. It is something they are facing on a daily. To conclude, we had the solutions. They're finishing up talking about the solutions to some of these issues that we've had them talk about, starting from here.
So my name is Jerome Pio, the Starry Boy Center. So as you heard, our group talked about some matters like education, healthcare, transport, advanced technology, security, housing, agriculture, and rural development. Starting with education, the group mostly talk about facilities in schools. Most likely, let's say, computers in schools. Some schools in the other rural areas do not have access to computers and information and all that. We go back to healthcare, provision of medicine. Maybe you might go to a place where, okay, let's give this scenario. A person in the rural area gets cancer. Where does he has to go? Does he has to go to Kenyatta University? And then you find the height of the prices towards to deal with that. Let's say chemotherapy and all that. But then let's say the government should provide like, okay, let's say they say that if you're from this place, they look at how much you earn, and then they say you can decrease the amount you pay for, let's say, chemotherapy and all that. We went to transport. They said that mostly our friend at the start of the discussion, our friend Vincent said about mostly centralizing the urbanization in a place. But right now, our group discussed about bringing those places in the rural areas, roads and all that. And also we discussed about how much these, let's say, physical features disturb others from getting to schools. We look at people who live near rivers, people who, let's say, live in lake areas. How can we get them to school safely? Let's say we can build a bridge or provide boats, those who live near, let's say, the Lake Victoria region and all that. We talked about security. Let me combine advanced technology and security, the use of AI. Countries like America, Germany, and those countries in Europe use AI towards accessing, let's say, biometrics and all that. Our country should also put that in the budget and all that. We looked at housing. Most of these people, let's take a look here in Nairobi. We have Kibra. Kibra is filled with slums, places where the housing is very discouraged and very badly placed. And then our government does not do anything about it. They said maybe they will give out affordable housing, but we're not seeing that being implemented. And that affordable housing, they're paying for it at a very high cost, which they cannot themselves afford. So like the budget, people who do the budget, to please look into that. They talked about agriculture. We need advanced technology in that. Mostly, let's give an example. Look at the president wanting to vaccinate the animals and all that. Mostly, yes, you might say people are being hostile towards it, but let him put himself in the shoes of someone who own hundreds of cows, and then you want me to vaccinate all of them. What if they all die at once? That's my whole source of living. I mean, they all die because of that vaccine, the effects of it. So I'll say they need to adequately give awareness to those people and also look at different ways in which they can give out help there. I think that's all we discussed.
Thank you. As we conclude, I think there's the other group. You guys have a solution? Finishing up, yes. I can see my timekeeper is really on my neck. and we're supposed to be finishing, but she has just 2 things to say, and then we'll conclude.
Solution of discrimination where we need equality is to wanafaa kutreat kila mtu equal, ndo to avoid hiyo argument hiyo ya kama ni resources zina distributiwa kwa all schools wa distribute equal. Na next pad wanafaa ku supply pads so that tunafaa kusoma fine, tukue comfortable and we have good hygiene, so it's to affect kwa education yetu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the children. The things they are saying are, our voices are not heard. They're emphasizing on that. Our voices are not heard. Things are being imposed on us. They don't want that. You can hear them talk, and they have brilliant points. They want to be at the table. They want to be with us as we are discussing these issues. They want to be here with us. They're also talking about always coming to them to collect. But when it comes to us working for them, we are failing on that. The children want us to work for them as much as we are coming to them to collect and to hear from them. Let us implement this. Let us work on this. They're also talking about, we say every day that we're living in a digital world. We're living in a digital world, and these children, we call them digital natives. They were born in the age of computers. Let me say that. In the age of the digital world. Why say that and then not have this as part of the implementation of the programs that you're running, as part of the conversation that we are having with them? And lastly, they're talking about awareness. Some people do not understand some of these issues. That is why we have a lot of ignorance around in the public and amongst the children. So thank you so much to the PDF team. Thank you so much to the PFM Village for inviting children. Thank you so much to BTG Budget Talk Global. And also thank you so much to Mtoto News for ensuring that children's voices are heard in the budgeting process. And this process shouldn't end here. And I know our MC will emphasize on this, and also the organizations here and the stakeholders here will emphasize on this. Let's go to these schools. Let us go to these children. Let us hear, even as you're working around the budget, as we are sitting with different people, talking about the budget. We are going to Naivasha, we are going to Mombasa, we are going to different places. Let us include these children. Let us include children's voices in the budgeting process for a sustainable future. And I also love to see that after this, you can also see any representative from Mtoto News. We have a training program called Sauti Zetu Digital Training that focuses on ensuring that the child is empowered. The capacity of the child is empowered on different issues like public speaking, advocacy, and even content creation, because we live in a digital world. Thank you so much for having these children here, our MC. Asanteni sana, and we're looking forward to continuing this conversation. Makofi ya watoto iko wapi?
Thank you, my brother Atulo. Atulo, thank you so much for that good work, and thank you so much for the panelists. Let's appreciate them. Tupige watoto makofi, tusimame pale tupigwe picha. Let's all stand hapo chini, tupigwe picha. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into the next session, and we are having... Thank you so much. Let me invite Mr. Isaac Kinyua for brief announcements, and then we proceed to the next panel. Let's appreciate Kinyua. Let's appreciate Kinyua.
Hi, good morning. My address is to students directly. Nitatumia Kiswahili. Students, wangapi wamefurahia hiyo mazungumzo iko hapa PFM Village? Tumefurahia? Wonderful. So mambo ni mbili, lakini sio mbili ingine, hapa ni mbili. Ya kwanza, if kama unataka kukaa hapa, ukae hapa. Kama ni kutoka maybe kwenda msalani, uweze kurudi. If kama una feel okay hapa umetosheka, uende ni sisi ni sasa village. Sawa sawa? We have an agreement? Yes, so you either stay here at the PFM Village or ni sisi ni sasa village. Juu mkienda kuroita ni mimi nitakuwa naletewa shida. That's okay, students? Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Kinyua. Tumpigeni makofi. Sasa hawa wanafunzi wamesema kwamba hawawezi toka hapa, si ndio? Nyinyi mnasikiza hii conversation, si ndio? Mambo ya pesa, au sio? So that's great. Our next panel will be talking about health reforms, financing and service delivery. Our topic will be on financing health reforms in Kenya, bridging the gap between policy and practice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very tight discussion because you know issues of health and finances are inseparable, and we need to finance our health system so that we can have proper services when we visit our hospitals and everything. At this point, let me introduce the panel moderator for this session, Mr. Nelson Maina. Mr. Nelson Maina, tumpigeni makofi Nelson Maina. Mr. Nelson Maina is the coordinator at the NEC Budget Hub. That is Nairobi, Eastern and Central. Karibu, Mr. Maina. Let's get the presence of Alexander Rithi. Alexander Rithi, let's appreciate Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander is the head of programs at TISA. Karibu sana, my brother. Also, we have Valentine Mweni. Valentine Mweni. Aha, tumpigeni makofi, Miss Valentine. She is the policy research and budgeting officer with the Haki Jamii. Let's appreciate Valentine once again. And then we'll have Rina Atuma. Rina Atuma, tumpigeni makofi Rina. Rina is the activity manager with the Population Reference Bureau, PRB. Asante sana Rina. And then we'll also have my good friend and policy and advocacy lead at WIKE organization, Nelly Chepkemoi. Tumpigeni makofi Nelly. Asante Nelly. And then we'll also have Joyce Mugure. Wapi Joyce? Let's appreciate Joyce. Appreciate Joyce. Joyce is a disability inclusion trainer and advocate with UDPK. Umesikia hiyo? Asante sana. And if umechoshwa na jua hapa, you are free to join the upper house. Tulikubaliana kwamba hii ni Senate na hii ni National Assembly. So at this point, I'd like to take it back to my brother hapa, Nelson Maina. And we are starting at 10:40. We're going to have a 1-hour discussion. So my brother, at 11:40, najua tutakuwa tume-exhaust hii conversation, ndio? Thank you so much. Take over.
So thank you, moderator. My name is Nelson Maina, and Bwana MC, I would request uambie, unaona wale huko nyuma huko Senate wakuje hii hema.
Tafadhali, wale ambao umeketi kule nyuma, tujiunge na the National Assembly. Imesemekana kwamba county oversight imekataa. Sasa watu wakae hapa oversight national government.
Thank you. Na Bwana MC, chukua mic. Utanisaidia kidogo.
Okay.
This will be very quick. So participants, you're going to help us in this. So the conversation today will be more about wamesikia shisha shoshu.
Yes.
And my question to the participants.
Let's join this side.
Yeah. So the question to the participants is, if you are given an opportunity today to meet the SHA team, what would be the one thing you would want fixed? So MC,
yes.
Patia mtu aseme, what would be the
randomly
one thing? One thing. Now as he explained, just be very clear, one thing you would want SHA to fix, if you had the opportunity today to meet the SHA team, the CEO, one thing. Now he explained, usituambie, my experience was like this. Akikuuliza, what is the one thing you want fixed in SHA? Thanks.
I would want them to fix everything in SHA. Everything.
Another person?
I will want the team to include assistive devices as part of the healthcare services in SHA.
Great.
Assistive devices.
Be clear.
Clear the pending debts as soon as possible, please.
Thank you. Pending debts.
Standby system ikuwe responsive immediately. Tusikue na downtime.
Downtime, thanks.
Aha. Mtu wa mwisho anataka SHA ikuwe fixed.
I would like the UPI for the student to be fixed.
The what?
The UPI.
Ah, okay.
UPI for the students should be fixed immediately.
Regina, I would like to see SHA working for two things. One, the private sector is treated differently from the public servants or the public sector. So if SHA is the only insurance policy or kind of a cover that I have, it's not and I could be paying more money than the person in the public service. I would want to see that equity happening.
Thank you.
Mine will be to fix the means testing to ensure that the contributions are fair.
Thank you so much.
Mine is the system should be fixed. That's one. Number two is the 1,000 for dental and optical is not enough. For person with disability, like 1,000 is not enough. Most of them go for checkups, the dental and the eye checkup oftenly. So giving it 1,000, that's not enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Last one. Ya mwisho hapa.
Thank you. I think for me, I would like the SHA team to avoid orders from the above.
Thank you. Back to you, Bwana Moderator.
Thanks, MC, for that. And that exercise was to show, are you clear on what you want fixed in SHA? Or are we just complaining? The first speaker was like, everything to be fixed. So should we go back to NHIF? And the conversation today, I'm joined by panelists. I'm glad to say it is more female. There has been a complaint, sitasema ni nani? Since day one, amekuwa complain that it has been a manel, mostly men. But now I'm glad, Alexander, tuko hapa na wewe, but we have more female. So I'll allow them to introduce themselves, what they do. And then the question also to them, just one, what would you want fixed in SHA before we come to the questions of the day? But your introduction, what you do, and what is that one thing you'd want fixed in SHA also? Thanks. We'll start from there.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Joyce Mugure. I work with United Disabled Persons of Kenya, commonly known as UDPK. I am a programs officer and passionate about disability inclusion. What I want fixed in SHA, I think for me it's awareness, because there's a lot of people do not know what SHA is about. What does it say? What does it do? How do we access it? How does it support me as a person? For instance, you could see so many people have registered on it, but not so many people are contributing to it. Because if I'm not aware of what SHA does, then how do I contribute to something that I don't know? No one was involved when SHA was... did we do a public participation, and how many people participated in, when SHA was being developed or formed, right? Yeah.
Good morning, all. My name is Nelly Chepkemoi Langat. I am the Policy and Advocacy Manager at Wike Organization. It is a youth-led organization that we strive to empower the community. We work with students in higher institutions to capacity build them in terms of budget advocacy, and also meaningfully and actively engaging them in governance and legislative processes. Thank you. So one thing I would want fixed on SHA specifically is to just follow the rule of law. If we are able to abide by everything that is in our constitution and follow the law rightfully, then everything else falls into place. So for me, one huge thing is to just follow the law and abide by the law.
Good morning. My name is Rina Atuma. I'm the team leader and activity manager at Population Reference Bureau. Population Reference Bureau uses population data to make sense to decision making, which includes decisions around health and environment and any other aspect that requires population data. And I am also a health economics student. What I would want SHA to fix is to look at the inefficiencies in terms of the way SHA is currently. I am hoping to also give a few examples of what I mean by that in the session as we discussed. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Valentine Mweni. I work with the Economic and Social Rights Center, also known as Haki Jamii, as the program officer in charge of policy research and budgeting. Haki Jamii works with marginalized communities to empower and advocate for the progressive realization of their economic and social rights. What I'd want SHA to fix: transparency and accountability.
Good morning, fellow taxpayers. Good morning, fellow taxpayers. Thank you very much. I am well and paying my taxes, though overburdened. My name is Alexander Reithi. I'm the head of programs at the Institute for Social Accountability, and we are happy to be co-hosting this village with Budgetor Global and others. As I've said, I'm the head of programs at TISA, and one of the things that I would want rectified at SHA is accountability, as my sister has said. She has picked that from me now that she's seated next to me. I would want to know who owns the system. Where does the 2.5% go? Who is that? Who are these people that are behind these systems? Luckily, I have been involved in setting up a number of systems. I'm wondering, how does a system cost 104 billion? I would want to get clarity on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you to my panelists. And we'll kick this off with Alex from where he's left off. So we'll start with the money aspect. And so, Bona Alex, the PS MOH in 2024-25 budget, so he said, so I was watching him on Citizen TV, and he said, we have the three funds, the PHF, we have the emergency one, and we have the other one. And so he was saying that for PHF, they were allocated 4 billion, but they needed 50 billion. For emergency, chronic, and critical illness, they needed 75 billion. They were allocated 2 billion. Then, as somebody said, NHIF owed about 30 billion, of which currently 24 billion has been verified. Then for the current budget policy statement 2025, SHA again was in front of the committee. And again, they said for primary health care fund, now they require 61 billion. Remember, they were given 4 billion. Emergency chronic, they said they need 107 billion. They were given 2 billion in the current financial year. And for shift to work well, they say they need 100 billion from 82 billion. On the flip side, Alex, the health committee said from the report they have, the 4 billion that they were given for primary health care fund, only 375 million has been spent. And so even for the 2 billion, they are saying only they still have money from what they were allocated, but they are asking for more. And so the question for us to you this morning is, based on these incremental demands and requests by SHA, what measures can the government implement to ensure an efficient fund utilization and improved health service delivery? Thanks.
Thank you for that very composite question. Let me start handling it from the request of funding point of view. Then I'll shift to improvement of health services. First, we may have seen in the budget policy statement and in the budget review and outlook paper before that government has adopted what they are calling zero-based budgeting. Basically, this is where you cost services and you compute how much it takes to run a particular program. However, in my view, we have not seen a proper implementation of that. Because had we seen this, it should be very clear what SHA is requesting from government, and eventually that will come from our taxes. That is why I greeted as good morning taxpayers. We should understand what are these expenditure items that SHA intends to spend this amount of money on. Proper costing of government services from SHA to every other corner of government should be done. And we should see this zero-based budgeting that CS Badi and the Treasury are implementing. What savings are we getting from that? Because that then, right now, other than those big numbers that that SHA is bringing to the committee, they cannot tell us that this amount of money is going to contribute towards this expenditure. For instance, dental care. For you to deal with a root canal, it costs this much. And therefore, if we have X number of people contributing 2.75, this is the amount of money we get, and this is what we intend to allocate to dental care. If we get that breakdown, and the Kenyans are now bright, they can compute and understand that this particular computation makes sense, then we can argue that whatever they are requesting for is justified. Right now, those are just numbers they are throwing. And if you look at the expenditures you have highlighted, it shows us that they are not even absorbing the 4 billion. If you're not absorbing the 4 billion, then what do you intend to do with 74 or 63 billion that they're asking for the various funds? That is where the gap is. And this is a bit radical. When it comes to improvement of services, I would want to see if the president and the government are telling us that SHA is so good, then the first person who should be covered by SHA or SHIF or whichever other health insurance should be the president. He should not have an insurance cover that takes him to Nairobi Hospital, for instance. Can't our parliament down here come up with a law that requires the president, the ministers, civil servants to seek medical attention in public hospitals only? That way, they will have the motivation to improve services. But if the president and the government is telling us that SHA is good for us, why is it good for us and not good for them? We will never have improvement of services until they come where we are. Asante.
Thanks, Alex. Radical, but it's an ongoing joke that if you get MPs to go to our public facilities, like the time of COVID, some of them were shocked at the facilities that we had because they are used to going abroad for medical cover. So I'll push this to Valentine. So SHA touted a big figure in terms of the people who have been registered at 19.4 million. But then Juicy, the CS, and I think Director General Dr. Amoth had a presser where they said only 3.3 million are contributing to the scheme. And actually Dr. Amoth said clearly, this is leading to disruption of health services, that everyone needs to carry the burden. Only 56% of health facilities at that time had enrolled with SHA. So my question to you, Valentine. So how can contribution rates be improved, especially for the informal sector? Because, you know, for the payslip guys, I want a choice. But for the informal sector, how can we see these numbers and the rates come up, ensuring equity for marginalized groups and the vulnerable groups? And also, how can we unpack this figure of 19.4 million? Because it will have, you know, the people paying and then the dependents. Maybe over to you, Valentine.
Thank you, Nelson, for that. I think I'll just begin by asking our audience. I'm assuming all of us are not in the formal sector when you had an option. So how many of us voluntarily shifted our accounts from NHIF to SHIF? By show of hands.
Voluntarily?
Voluntarily.
So si wale wa payslip.
Wa payslip hatuna option.
Au wengine ni akina nani? Inua mkono.
That's the informal sector, right? So I think when Dr. Rugo was here on Monday, he said every issue is a budget issue. For me, I'd shift it to every issue is a governance issue. Why aren't Kenyans feeling the need to pay for SHIF or just to onboard themselves to SHIF as their insurance option? For me, I think we have so many governance issues around SHIF that need to be sorted because we are seeing a lot of poor decision-making all the way from the legislators. They passed the act, then they called the CS to explain the act. You're wondering, so we are now interrogating the act while implementing it. Then there's a lot of corruption issues all around it. So for me, I feel like we need to address these governance issues. For a social insurance scheme to work, the benefits need to be very, very attractive for people. Even us in the formal sector, I don't think we just pay because we believe we'll get very good services is because we don't have options. If we were given an option, wangapi tungelipa bado? Most of us would not, because the benefits are not as attractive. So again, it's a very it's a deeper issue than we want to admit, which goes beyond just implementing the act. We are seeing a governance that takes for granted the issues that are being raised by Kenyans. Kenyans already raised issues before the act was being enacted. They were ignored. Right now, as we're implementing, we are being forced into something that we're already seeing issues with, and once we question, it's like a pushback system. We don't want to listen. Tunataka tuwaambie, ni sisi tunawaambia. So I think to onboard the informal sector, we need to regain the trust of Kenyans. Why do I need to enroll to this system? I have dependents, but I'd rather go get a private insurer, because as someone already raised there, we're already seeing a difference in the services that we get in public hospitals vis-a-vis private hospitals. So let me just use an example. If you had 2 children who rely on you, one is very responsible, ukimpea pesa ata invest, and you even get back from that. Na kuna the other child who you give money, anaenda anafungwa jela, you go bail him out with your own. You'd rather keep that money. This is what the government is becoming to us Kenyans. And fortunately or unfortunately, the informal sector in Kenya is not necessarily the low-income sector. We have very high earners in the informal sector, but we are finding ways to evade the payment of this insurance, and that is coming at the cost to the marginalized communities who don't have options. These people only rely on this insurance. Already, my colleague here had mentioned, we're already seeing the 2 funds that the government should fund, it's already underfunding these funds. Then why then should we give you money if you, on your side, you're not giving enough to what was costed? So for me, I believe we need to sort the governance issues around SHIF, regain the trust of Kenyans. That way we won't have to convince people to pay. Something good will sell on its own. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentine. And one thing I pick from you is that it is very funny for us that MPs are now, vilifying the implementers. And we've seen this even at county level, where I come from Nyeri, where the assembly passed the Finance Act and increased hospital charges. When citizens rioted, they actually put the hospital directors there saying, nyinyi mbona mnaongeza, muliongezea hawa wananchi kwa nini? And they can't respond because these are the, the duty bearers and so forth. So it's interesting that for all models we are seeing, that Parliament is pushing back, yet they're the ones who approved all these things, even against the expert opinion that this thing is rushed and so forth. So I'll keep it going. So I'll jump to Joyce before I come to Rina. So I'll go to Joyce. Looking at persons with disability and SHA, and thinking about the experience that they've been having, whether it's from understanding, like you said, the awareness part, registration, access. We even had someone say from the audience that, accessing some of the devices. So the question to you, Joyce, is, and what policy changes should be adopted to integrate gender, disability, and aging considerations into Kenya's healthcare financing framework? Thank you.
Thank you. I've just been listening to what everyone is saying, and yes, I'm also thinking about the benefits. Of course, I'm also in the category of we don't have a choice but to contribute to share. But I'm looking at persons with disabilities. And for instance, like when you look around the issue of assistive devices, it is limited to 1 assistive device per household. And why am I contributing to this if in my household, there's only 1 person who can benefit from, an assistive device that this is a lifesaver for people. There are people who cannot actually, be productive without the assistive devices. They cannot go through their day-to-day activities without an assistive device. So if then it's limited to one person, how does that benefit me and even my household at large? Again, there's the issue of accessibility. If I cannot access the services that I'm paying for, right? How is that beneficial to me? For instance, there's a capping, I think, on the tariffs around, for example, mental health. You can only spend, I think, 900 for an outpatient services, and then around 4,000 or to 5,000 for inpatient services. And I'm thinking, why am I contributing to this then if it cannot actually support what my priorities? I am a person with psychosocial disabilities. These are services that I seek every now and then, but I still have to go out of and I think it will also save a lot of time and costs if they were engaged from the start. Because now we again, will probably, and I think it's real soon, have to do a whole of amendments and, you know, which will cost a lot of money again. So if this was done from the initial processes of formulating the acts, maybe we wouldn't be now talking about things that we need to relook at, why are people not even understanding what is happening around SHA? Yeah.
Thank you, Joyce. And nimesema vizuri, actuarial science and health sciences, to review the benefits package and give recommendations. And in that presser, the CS announced, the expanded now health benefits for ICU from 4,600 to 28,000, oncology from 400,000 to 550,000 per household, and then a dedicated call center there, I think and they give a number. So the question to you, Rina, SHA is yet to unlock some of the tariffs to their benefits package due to funding challenges, which acts as a barrier to accessing some services for paid-up members. What are the consequences for this, and how can it be remedied in future? Let's assume you are even to present to that panel. So what would you say? Thanks, Arina.
Thank you. First, let's start by looking at the Social Health Authority, which manages the three funds: the Primary Health Care Fund, the Emergency, Chronic and Critical Illness Fund, and the Social Health Insurance Fund. The Social Health Insurance Fund is the only fund we directly contribute, the 2.75%, both from the formal and informal sector. But again, let's look at also the benefits package, and I would invite us, if you have not read the benefits package, I would implore us to read the benefits package, not in isolation. Read up to the point where it talks about the access rules, because it has access rules on what can be done now or what can wait for budgetary allocation. Then let's go back to the conversation we started with about budgetary allocation. Who is responsible for proposing budgets? The Ministry of Health. Currently, they have said that they require a certain amount of money in the three funds to be able to manage. But we are also getting a fight back of, we have allocated for you 4 billion and you have not utilized the 4 billion. Then the question is, who asks for this money? Who asked for the 4 billion? Who claims? Go back to your counties and request the facilities to do the claims, because if they're not doing the claims, then they're not going to get to exhaust the 4 billion. But go back to your parliamentarians and ask them, and I wanted to give an example with the Primary Healthcare Fund. Primary Healthcare Fund, everyone who is registered is qualified to access the primary healthcare fund by virtue of just registering to SHA. And it has a 900 shilling capitation, which you can access at level 2. They extended it, right now is up to level 4. So when you read the benefits package, and I was intrigued by a section, and I want to also chime into the issues around women involvement in the budget. There's a section on screening for precancerous lesions. That is like cervical cancer screening, which is one of the largest causes of cancer. Or if you look at the statistics around cancer, cervical cancer tops in terms of the type of cancers that are identified. But also, fortunately, is if this cancer is identified earlier, it can be able to be treated. And what they do is they do a test, and if a woman is found to be having 75% of lesions or below, then they get immediate treatment. So it's a test and treat kind of strategy. Someone will say, but screening has been offered free. There's nothing in economics called free. Someone has paid for it. It's either a donor has paid for it. People have fundraised. The facility has bought. And for cancer, you look at it in two folds, because one, the most cost-effective way of preventing cancer is using the vaccination for the 10 to 14-year-olds, the HPV vaccine, which is given to girls. It's supposed to be given to boys. I know this is a fun fact that some people will get like, we didn't know that boys are supposed to be given for boys. Why Kenya cannot implement for both? It's because of also resource constraint. We are a low middle income country, so we cannot implement that for both boys and girls. But the ideal situation is to give HPV for girls and boys who have not yet started sexual intercourse. But there's a category that is post that, which is sexually active, and now they require frequent screening. For women with living with HIV, they require annual screening for cervical cancer. For women who are not living with HIV, it's after 5 years, or also dependent on when they feel they need to take the test. And the good thing, like I mentioned, is if one is tested, they are able to get treatment. Why am I talking about or giving this example? Is there's a case of a woman I know, and here I'm not here to discuss about things I've heard, is someone I've interacted with, who because of resources, she underwent the testing. So after the testing, like I said, if the lesions are 75 and above, then you're required to start another process for you to confirm and now call it cancer. At that time, it's just called a lesion, a suspicious lesion. So for her case, because she did not have resources, by the time she was coming back to the health system, she has started staging. She was at stage 2 or cervical cancer, a cancer that we can treat. So when I talk about inefficiencies, I go back to where policies insist that prevention is the way to go. But for such a case, we have lost an opportunity to prevent that woman from getting to a staged cancer. And now we're going to use more under shift to treat her. Is that being efficient with the resources? I don't think it is, because efficiencies will say that we do first the test, we identify, and then we find ways of treating in its early stage so that it does not get advanced. And that's why I was inviting, and going back to the question you asked, we need to read the benefits package and read it in its entirety, including the access rules, because some of the benefits package are yet to be unlocked. One of the interesting benefits package is the end of life. It was not there in NHIF. Currently, SHA has an end-of-life package. For people from my community, we keep people in the mortuary for 2 weeks. Unfortunately, SHA will only pay for 5 days. So for the rest of the days, you'll have to pay. But that package has not yet been unlocked. Why? Because there's no allocation. So go back to the MPs, request them to fund MOH for the budget they are requesting for. Go back again to the facilities, ask them to make the claims, and then we will talk about transparency. Where can we access all this information? Because yes, we are talking, allocate, do this, but where can we now see even the low claims that they are saying that has been done, where can we, apart from the ministry giving us the information, there's no place all of us can go and say, this is how it has been, this was allocated 4 billion, this is how it looks like. So we need to interrogate the benefits package, read them in entirety, the benefits package for all the 3 funds, and also read the access rules, and look at what limits us from getting that service that we require, and what can help us to save a life, with the example that I've given of a woman who we could have saved if she was identified and treated earlier. Thank you.
Thanks, Serena. A lot there to digest. And I think day one we had the director from Moranga, the director budgets. And they have the Kangata care. And one of the participants from Moranga told me that actually the end of life package for them is working under Kangata care. And so for him, they benefited as a family. And so if a county is figuring this out, then how comes the mother, which is the national government, is not figuring things out? Finally, I come to Nelly, and you carry a heavy question. US said Donald Trump, they have shocked the system in terms of, freezing any funding. And for Kenya, we know a lot of our programs in health rely on a lot of donor funding. Even if we have a 4 trillion budget, for some reason, malaria, HIV is still heavily donor funded. It's not a shock to us. Things like, some of the donor programs have an exit plan. You'll find Danida and the like have an exit plan. We have NHIF, which owes, 30 billion or so. So the question to you is, what innovative domestic revenue mobilization strategies can Kenya adopt to ensure long-term sustainability of health financing, in the context of shrinking donor funding on health?
Okay. Good morning once again. So first of all, I find it quite absurd that we are at a time when, in the face of shrinking donor support, that we can afford as a government to kind of feel surprised, because that's actually surprising in the first place, because then it shows to us you weren't really prepared for the Kenyans. You are just depending on the donor support, because for me, I'm seeing it as an opportunity for us to reinvent ourselves as a country. Because if you're going to just rely on donor support and then it stops and comes unexpectedly like it has come from the Trump administration, then what is it you have in place currently running, or rather want to address this gap that is coming in? So I feel like it's not the time for our government to start complaining and still in the shock mode. Instead, we should be thinking of what really needs to be done instantly. And for me, that is where I'm going to begin with. While we are speaking here of trying to find innovative ways, and I remember you asked each and every person here, and even the participants, to give us one thing you would want change in the SHA system. For me, I said it was rule of law. And why I'm saying rule of law is because when you look at us as a country, the function of health was devolved, right? So by us having that function, function sets the stage for resources, sets the stage for structure. And so if you're devolving healthcare to the counties, then we expect to see there's some form of structure even in the funding. So if we are devolving healthcare to counties, why are we having segmentation in the budget, for example? When you look at the national budget, the budget for the Ministry of Health is quite huge when compared to all the 47 counties combined. The amount of money counties receive from national government is not even enough, and it's even less when you add all together the money all the 47 counties get. It is less than even what the ministry is getting. Ministries are being allocated, when you look at the budget policy statement, it's been allocated 204 billion. But if we are talking of a function that is being to be done by the counties, why are we having the ministry first, in the first place, getting more funding? So why I was speaking of the rule of law here is that if we are having constitutionally mandating the function of healthcare to counties, what is the business of national government? What is the business of Ministry of Health in all this? Because ideally, when you give funds to counties, they go to cater to the maintaining the facilities. Doctors are paid by counties, right? We've seen from the demonstrations that the counties are not paying doctors. But you're not paying doctors because the money getting to the counties is not enough in the first place. Number two, the doctors are not being paid because, again, the timing of the disbursement of these funds, how much or whatever the national government gives to counties, they get to the counties towards the close of financial year. So you end up having a backlog of the pending bills we are talking about, how a county is going to fund them, for example. Number two is I'm coming to the parliamentary side. I feel like we have people sleeping on their jobs, yeah? And I'm happy they might be hearing because we have a political session going down there next to the stage, the main stage there. And I feel I'm faulting the parliament here because while this is the budget, you know, we're in the budget cycle process. It is ongoing. We've just come from the public participation in the budget policy statement. So this ideally gives us the projections the government intends to put allocations in this financial year 2025-2026. And because we're speaking of healthcare, for me, I find it as an issue of prioritization, because when it comes to things that are really meant for them, the SRC and allowances, you see them showing up in parliament. You see them fighting so hard. But when it comes to healthcare, how many people really show up for that? Then it's about prioritization, because what do we prioritize in this country? When something is too good, why do you need to come to us and advertise to us? If it's not working, experts are telling you it's not working, but you're insisting that it must work. Why shouldn't we listen to the experts? Another thing I would talk about that is ailing this, or rather for even us to come up with innovative ways. We have a whole ministry of ICT with the whole full budget, yeah? And then we have a whole budget again of healthcare. Why don't we leverage on technology? I mean, we're in the technological era, students, right? We are studying computers in schools, yeah? So why don't we ask the government to leverage on technology? Right now we're in the era of AI. Why can't we cut down on the budget spending that we have as a country? Because why are we prioritizing putting up billions for renovation of State House, and we cannot put up systems in the AI ecosystem to come up with telemedicine ways? No, that is one innovative way I'm speaking about, to explore technology and AI, because everyone is speaking of AI. And why I was saying that I still find surprised that the government is still in shock, instead of trying to run with the opportunity. Let's explore technology, where if we are able to explore telemedicine, AI, then we'll be able to cut down on costs that are going for consultations, costs that are being paid for in healthcare. Another thing I would want to talk about is the issue of debt in this country. We are tired. We are tired, we are tired. And the issue of debt, when you look at the debt in this country, and because we are talking of domestic, I feel we should find a way of restructuring our debt in the country. And perhaps this goes to the CBK. I'm happy the CBK is trying to regulate the banks in reducing, but that's the private sector. In the national now coming, because you're speaking of the national, I don't want to go much into counties, because it's already a violation that healthcare is mandated for counties, yet we find a pull and push by the national government. That is why you're finding the COG, the Council of Governors, fighting and coming to press us every other day to say that we are underfunded. Again, you're creating a systemic discrimination there, whereby when you underfund me, then you're denying me access to some of these opportunities. And healthcare is a vital human right. So when you start underfunding me, you're ideally discriminating me from getting these essential services that are basic human rights. And I'm happy I sat through the children's forum in the morning. The sanitary issues came up. Girls. I want you, when the women reps comes to your schools, they have a funding called NGAF. What is it they are doing or allocating to the girls? Because they are the people who are supposed to speak for us. They are given a fund. And we've seen there's one report I really want us to look at, the Auditor General's report. She keeps on giving us reports, But the same parliament, right now, look at what is happening. They're instigating her. They're victimizing her. They're giving her names because of her office. And while you are looking at the one Auditor General, this is a constituted independent office. And why it is called Office of the Auditor General? Because it has other auditors in place. Because right now we are seeing a situation whereby she has given us reports that are showing misappropriation of funds. So our problem actually is not that we lack money. Our problem is expenditure money. We are not prioritizing what needs to be done. And coming to the budgets and what our first speaker, the male, spoke about, the issue of when you come to the budget I'm trying to find the word to simplify it. And there was the issue he spoke about, I'll remember it and come to it, but it's tying to corruption. When it comes to corruption, and we see in these reports by the Auditor General that the appropriation of funds being given is not correctly put. But where does these funds go? Right now, the Parliament is questioning her as to they need to approve this information that the Auditor General feels. So the issue of corruption, I feel we should talk about it, because we cannot have a system whereby it is procured at 104 trillion shillings. That is actually a breach of what it is called the Procurement and Disposal Act in this country. So it goes against that act. That means, therefore, we are already breaking the law, the rule of law that I started speaking of. How can you run with something that is already breaking the law? So, I mean, looking at an angle of human rights, looking at an angle of rule of law, it just needs us to follow what is right and apply what is correctly in the law. And lastly, as I finish, we have these money transactions that are being done by hospitals and the medic facilities. What if perhaps the government could introduce a universal levy or tax line along, like even collecting a shilling? We all pay when you go to hospitals. It's either you're paying by a bank or via M-Pesa, right? So what if the government, if in the plan, or they keep talking of the plan, and if the plan is to have everyone contribute to this fund, we, through these payments, either bank or the mobile money, take 1 shilling of every contribution or every transaction, you'd already have covered the money that everyone needs to contribute, right? Rather than forcing everyone. And just last point, now I've remembered the point I wanted. He was talking of the zero-based budgeting. For me, I want to bring the, initially we used to have the issue of performance-based budgeting. So right now in the budget, as it talks of zero-based, let us also try and look at having health funds being released based on actual service delivery needs, because you're coming to bring me SHA, it's not even handling some of the sexual and reproductive health care needs for the women. So how is it that SHA is being gender responsive if at all they are prioritizing women's issues? I respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you to my panelists. In the interest of time, I know we have a couple of more questions, so I'll integrate them as the participants ask their questions. But what I've taken away from Nelly is that powerful statement of it must work. For us who come from Nyeri, we experienced this politically during the pilot phase of the UHC. And for the Jubilee administration, it had to work. Even if it was not working politically, it had to work. And eventually it failed. That was not what was rolled out. And so for us, when we look at now SHA, it must work. That is what is happening, and it's the same case. So I'll take this MC to the participants.
Thank you.
Keep it brief.
Thank you.
Direct it to one person or the panel.
Anybody with a question? Okay, fine. Now, Watende. Where's Watende? Okay, fine. Kama kuna swali, beba mikono. Beba mikono, okay. Peana sticky notes to those guys. Whatever you're going to ask, ensure you note it down here. Sawa. Put it on writing so that we have it on our records for continuous engagement. Let me start with the National Assembly, then we move to the Senate.
Thank you. So I have a question to the panel.
So name and question.
Okay, so my name is Sheila Kobia. And I have a question to the panel. So we've just talked about how most of the diseases in Kenya are supported by the donors, but even the money we receive from the donor is being used very wrongly. We're having people, most of the money is being used for like DSA, people are traveling with the money. You know, when you look at the budget that is given to that actually goes to the community, and the one that comes to the ministry is being used very wrongly. So now we're looking at a scenario where even the money that is coming to the ministry is going to be reduced. So what reforms are we looking into, or what are the plans so that even as the budget is being reduced, how do we ensure that ile kidogo enye tunabaki nayo is not being wasted on travel and DSA and those other things? Thank you.
Thank you. Your name, and then you make it brief.
Writing it. So hello and good morning. So my name is Gabriel with Africa Youth Leadership Forum. So my question is, what strategies should the government put in place for them to reclaim the trust that the people have lost in them, if they still want people to continue and to voluntarily contribute to this SHA model? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning all. My name is Rosalind Asena. My question goes to the organizers of this panelist. Why did we not access a member, a government responsible person from SHA to be one of the panelists so that we shoot our questions to that person, or we give our views as he or she listens so that we can get responses? Thank you.
I think that's a good concern.
Okay, thank you. My name is Natalie Susan from M-Pesa Foundation Academy, and my question goes to the third panelist. So recently we've come to realize that the new health system, the SHA, isn't effectively working, and the Prime Cabinet Secretary has attested to this, and he actually said that on TV, that the SHA is not effectively working. What's your take on that? And additionally, we've come to witness that this new system where the US aid is not donating their funds to Kenya anymore, as or rather giving the donations and aids to Kenya has stopped, right? So like recently frustrated residents of Kakuma and other refugee camps are currently striking, right? And there was this video where they were screaming haki yetu, and we have this mentality whereby we need basically these people from Kakuma are claiming that it is their haki to get donation from the US, right? And what's your take on this? Because basically there'll come a day where the US and all other countries which we depend on are going to quit helping us. Who is going to give us those funds, the food and the donations that we keep waiting for these other countries to help us? Yeah.
Thank you. I think they'll respond to those, then we pick the next batch.
Thanks, MC. So I'll start from Lady Natalie from M-Pesa Foundation, and I'll throw this to Valentine, where she started with the Kakuma refugees mindset. Because you know when she said haki yetu, I said haki jamii should answer this one. And so her question and concern is that they've reached a point where they feel this is their right, and it's US money, it's donor money. And so she asked, like, what's your take on this in terms of the mindset of Kenyans and even such refugees?
Well, I think, yes, it's all right. Let me start from us as Kenyans. Article 43(1)(a) of our Constitution. Everyone is entitled to the highest attainable standard of rights, right? Of health. That is a human right. And for the refugees as well, the universal declarations have been also giving them the same rights as the citizens of where they are hosted. That cuts across from health to education and such and such. So it is kind of right that they are entitled, but now as a human rights organization, as much as we work with just the marginalized communities, we also cater to the needs of such people, the refugees. Above all, they are human, right? So yeah, it's proper entitlement. But what I think I'd need clarity on, what exactly you wanted to know about the entitlement to the right. Maybe she can clarify on that. Okay, I hear you. So what I'd say about that, I think donors, now US is a donor, have their own interest, so they can choose to target the refugees as their target interest. So they can bring money to Kenya, but the target is the refugees in Kakuma. So in a certain way, they will feel entitled to it, but it's not upon the government to decide. It's the donor who kind of decides this money comes to serve a certain purpose, if it's for HIV, if it's for the refugees. So it's both. There's money that comes to the government, and the government has autonomy on where it will use it, and there's money that the donors send specifically to address a certain need for a certain community. Thank you.
So I wanted to share something to her, and why the residents of Kakuma perhaps feel entitled to rather a right to that support is because we've failed them. We've failed them whereby we've not given them the enough needed information, because they also require it as a right as a Kenyan. You have a right to information, and where we are failing them is because we've not been able to inform them that this is just donor support that is for a period of time. It's not full time. That's where I feel there's the gap there, where they're not understanding this. They feel so much entitled that this is our right, but this is the money for US citizens. So the aspect of information to them is where we've failed them. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll come back to you, Rosaline. But I want to throw this to Alex. So the first participant, Sheila, said donor support money is used, even the little we get, we seem to be misappropriating it. She was specific in terms of the DSAs, traveling and all that. We've seen like how much counties are spending in terms of foreign travel and all that. The wage bill, national wage bill, if you unpack it in terms of the salaries, the actual salaries, and then the allowances, you get shocked. And so what do you tell Sheila?
Thank you. To start with, this is a governance problem where you find those in government are driven more by DSAs and not service delivery. Because everybody is trying to look at when there is a program, you're asking yourself, how much is in this for me? That is why you will find heavy expenditure on those DSAs and other allowances that are not targeting the actual work that they are supposed to do. That is why you will find that we have instances where people in leadership, and they are supposed to manage health systems, they will themselves go to seek health care out of the country. And we have a live case where somebody has gone to deliver in the US, and they're supposed to be managing health services in their jurisdiction. So that is where the problem starts. And I started by saying, if SHA is good, let those in leadership be the first ones to be covered by SHA. They should not tell us SHA is good for us and it's not good for them. And I would, if you allow, answer the question asked by Gabriel on what should the government do to reclaim trust. First of all, start by telling us how did a system cost 104 billion? Where is the 2.5% going? When you start answering those questions, then you will start reclaiming your trust. But for now, we are left to speculate. And when you don't provide information, then we are allowed to speculate. And the only way you can avoid that is by giving us the truth. The good thing with truth is you do not have to think about it. the truth remains the truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. I'll go to Rina, again from Natalie. In terms of, so she said SHA is not working as per the prime CS. So her question was, what's your take on like that? Even the prime CS is saying, I think even the president at some point admitted it's not working. So what's your response to her?
It's a tricky question to answer because these are institutions that are supposed to instill the trust, and individuals and representing institutions who are supposed to instill the trust for us to be able to trust that this reform that we took over and took a very bold step from moving from NHIF, which had served us for like 50-something years, and now we started a social health insurance. But why do we think, or why do they think it's not working? It's an interplay of different issues here and there. And one, we started it all wrong from the moment when we did not allocate the money that was required for startup. Imagine you need they needed some money. Imagine you need 100 shillings to do something, and from the onset you're just given 5 shillings to start. So you've already set a very bad precedence in terms of the start. This is a baby you want to grow, to see it crawl, walk, and become independent. And you've started with very little resources. And then when you've started that, you have also not done enough sensitization for people to understand and differentiate. We're still seeing the community experiencing challenges in terms of understanding the 3 different funds under what SHA manages and what they are entitled for when they get to the facilities. Facilities also do not understand that every year they're supposed to renew their license. Some facilities unfortunately even turn back patients, but it's because of their own undoing. Maybe they have not renewed the license. So what's an easy catch? Just tell the patient, SHA is not working. We have also experienced issues with the system having downtime in terms of the OTP messages getting to the recipient. And OTP is important because it identifies the patient uniquely and also ensures that we curb the inefficiencies that were there during NHIF. But all this, when they build up and when there's anger and there's frustration, people will not trust into the system. And that's why when I started, I said, I invite us to read about the SHA benefits package. Good thing it's a legal binding document. And read it right now when you're not sick. It's the good moment, the right moment to read it. When you get sick, you will be too desperate, too tired, too sick to even start reading a document and understanding and saying, now I have this, I need this test, it costs this much. That is not the moment. Even your family, as they're taking care of you, they'll be the most confused lot in terms of reading. So read that package now, understand it. Where you feel there are issues that are not working is the time to bring them up. Bring a conversations on the table. You remember the example I gave about the woman and how we failed to prevent her from getting to stage. That's just one of many other examples that we have out there that if we really interrogated the documents, if we really read into and gave feedback, then we can be able to make this SHA work. That will be my comment on the overall thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. In the interest of time, I'll throw the last one to Joyce.
Briefly.
And so, Joyce, as you also give your closing remarks, there was a question from Gabriel. And Gabriel asked, how do we reclaim trust? So the reclaiming trust strategies, because it's like Kenyans now don't trust this government. The Rosalind question, that one, it was thrown to the organizers. So if Mathai is there, go see her, ask her why the SHA guy is not here. Maybe mngefanya vile mlifanya wajana wa EACC, but Joyce, for this one, as you give your closing remarks, reclaiming trust strategies. Thank you.
First, I started by saying one thing I would like to change is creating awareness, because and the fact that even the government is not trying to actually tell the people what SHA is about raises a lot of questions. What are you hiding, right? Because we don't know what is happening. You're just forcing us into a system that we don't know about. We don't know the benefits that we're getting from it, or the level of benefit, right? When you just tell me, oh, it will cover you when you go to a hospital, but when I go, and it also looks like even the healthcare workers do not understand it. So I go to a hospital and asking for services, then they tell me you cannot spend more than this. I do not understand why. And then, of course, I'll come back and make noise, SHA is not working. But maybe it's because, as she said, we don't understand it, right? And we don't understand how it works. If I have to go out of pocket when I'm contributing to this, the only option I have is to make noise, and I don't trust. And we are already having a lot of doubts with our government in terms of them not engaging us in making decisions. So maybe we need a little bit more transparency, and even these tariffs, why are they not, published openly so that we can all see and ask questions about them? Because how did they then decide that I can only spend 900 on this service? Why did they not ask me if that's actually what I want? I'm thinking also about accessibility. Look at a person with a disability who cannot access a service. A deaf person goes to a hospital. They have made contributions to this system, but when I get there, I cannot access the service because there's no a sign language interpreter, or the healthcare service cannot communicate with me. Health is very basic in that you cannot function without health. I cannot go to school if I'm not healthy. I cannot go to work if I am not healthy. So where are our priorities? Again, we also need to look at prioritization, because without health, then so many things, we cannot actually be productive in any of the parts of life.
Thank you. Closing remarks now, coming this way.
Thank you. I think we are at a time where we shouldn't let our livelihoods be legislated out of existence at all, at all, at all. And why I'm saying this is because we just follow the law. If something is to be done according to the law, like the way counties are to be managed healthcare is to be managed by counties, then so be it. Finally, and then when we are trying to, we need to make health systems align with the needs of the people. Ideally, that was the idea behind devolution. And if that is to work, then it is to work. That is my closing remarks, because if that doesn't happen, as she speaks of coming out to shout, it is also right. If they don't want to work, then we will get out and let the cause of human rights defenders and the cause of justice take its place. Thank you.
Thank you. Arena, closing remarks.
Thank you. And echo what my colleague has mentioned, that health is important and is an incentive to acquire any other thing. When you're healthy, you can go to school. When you're healthy, you can be a great worker. But also, in the invitation to read these documents, go to the sha.go.ke website. Go and look at the tariffs and benefits package. Look at the document. It separates the three funds. The access rules are on the right side of the document. So you read the entire document and look at the access rules. For those that have yet to be unlocked, it's time to maybe ask the questions of when do we want to see this, and also why would the ministry be requesting for these resources? It's because they have costed and they felt that there is this need to being budgeted this way. The point we were giving about zero-based budgeting, justifying why we need that. So they have the numbers and they have the justification. So look into that. Take time to also look at how your counties are also making claims to SHA. And even some counties have dedicated SHA coordinators who operate and support counties to be able to make the claims on time, follow up on claims and all that. Those are the allies to work with if you are to be actively in the space, and even give yourself enough time to have the evidence. At the end of the day, it's all about us. I'm a very big supporter of everyone having any form of health insurance, public insurance becomes the cheapest option for most of us because that is what is offered by government, but it is limited by a budgetary allocation. So it's something to look into and take time to also invest into asking the right question, equipping yourself with the evidence, and continue to also sensitize other people who might not be privy to the information that you have. Thank you.
Thanks, Serena. Valentine, closing remark.
Okay,
Please.
so for me, I believe there are two sets of citizens in every country. That's duty bearers and right holders. Someone asked, why are there no duty bearers here? So us as the right holders, mine is to challenge us. Do not tire to keep the duty bearers accountable. The reason they keep getting away with very funny decisions that affect us is because we keeping them accountable. So I challenge today as we leave, let us not tire from keeping our duty bearers accountable. We employed them and they deserve to serve us. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentine. And finally, my fellow man.
Thank you. This is an interesting panel. Mine is a call to action to all of us. Let us ask that our leaders start from the front. Let them seek services from government hospitals. Let them be the first ones that are covered at the SHA. That way, we will believe that it is working. When we see, for instance, the president going to Kenyatta National Hospital to seek services and he uses SHA. But as long as they're using their private insurance and going to private hospitals, we have a problem. Then they should be accountable. Let us have transparency, as my sister has said. Let us know where is our money going, who is behind these systems, and that way we will regain the trust. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for my panelists. Makofi mzuri bana. Thank you so much. I'll hand this over back to the MC of the day. And
Thank you very much.
The photos here.
Let's appreciate them once again. Let's the moderator once again. Please let's come forward for a photo session. That has been a very, very engaging discussion. Almost running out of time, but we are still here. Mko chonjo? Mko sawa? Mko sure? Maybe siko sawa. We're going to be transitioning very fast to the next session. And I request that we try this side and fill up this part of our sitting so that we are able to engage even better. Very fast, we transition to the next discussion so that we are on time. Remember, we're going to break at 1 p.m., so we cannot afford to go beyond 1. That's why we have to be very, very fast in our next discussion. Let the panelists be ready for the next session. You all know yourselves. As they're taking the photo. Okay. Okay, there was a question that was asked about the organization. Maybe she can talk about it briefly.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eve Madhai, and I wanted to respond to something that very important that Asena raised about us not having the key people to engage in these discussions. Trust me, we sent physical letters to also, when we were curating the sessions, we wanted to engage in everyone who is part and parcel of these discussions, but they went unanswered. So that doesn't mean we stop there. We stop trying. We still need to keep engaging these entities. But for sure, we had considered that. So I just wanted to mention that we went the whole mile to try and get those panelists to come with us, but it was not possible. They did not heed to the call. However, I appreciate all the people who were able to come and engage with the public. Specifically, you saw what happened with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. So I'd like to oblige us to keep on asking the right questions to the people we've been able to engage during these sessions. So we tried, they did not heed to the call, but we'll keep pursuing them. Thank you.
Okay, as I invite the moderator, Anne Kiai, please. Welcome. Moderator? Oh, it's somebody else. Yeah, welcome. Appreciate him as he comes on stage, please. I hope I have the right panelists. The panelists also. We have Lona Losem from County Assembly's Forum. Is she here? Oh, somebody else is there on their behalf. Do we have Josh Kosiba? That's you? Appreciate him as he comes on stage. Okay, Assembly Forum. Thank you. Do we have Marcos Mburu? Bunge Mashinani. Appreciate him as he comes in. Umekuja bila ground bwana. Hakuna ground. And John Wambua. UDPK. Hakuna ground huyo. Bwana. Buddha. Very good, very good, very good. Okay, thank you. That's a good forum. I hope your panel is okay. I hope I've not left anybody out that's supposed to be on the panel. Yes, please. You will introduce yourself on the panel. Karibu sana. Take it away.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, so we want to transition a bit from SHA, and I like the way Alex has ended, that what is good for the geese is also good for the gander. If the MPs want us to use SHA, they should do it from the front. So this session, we want to talk about access to information, open data for sustainable development. So how much information, and this couldn't come at a better time. We've all seen the report from the Auditor General regarding the SHA and the system. It was reading like a crime thriller, all saying that all this information was not known. The government cannot disclose some information because of NDA arrangements with the systems providers. They cannot sue them. They are no, I mean, we cannot take them through legal mechanisms locally because there are agreements that we do not know about that they signed against. So we want to invite my panelists here. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the people in the program are not the ones that are here. The moderator was Anne. I am not Anne, definitely, as you can tell. My name is Daniel Dirango, the country lead at IPF, and I will invite my panelists to just briefly introduce themselves.
Good morning. I am Esther Nyonje. I am a political risk analyst.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Mugambi. I'm the Senior Program Officer at County Assemblies Forum.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, taxpayers. Good morning. Yes, my name is Michael Mboro. I come from an organization called Bunge Mashinani Initiative. Bunge Mashinani Initiative is an NGO that is dedicated to civic education and deepening public participation towards enhancing good governance in Kenya. And our core mandate is bridging the gap between citizens and government. Because when that gap is bridged, we are able to engage better and we are able to see that services are being provided to the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello guys, name is John Wambua. I'm with the United Disabled Persons of Kenya, where we advocate for the rights of persons with a disability. I'm in an area of public participation and also policy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This panel is more men than the other one, so we are evening it out for this one. Please bear with us, but thanks, Esther, for braving this panel. I want to start by asking my panelists to just in form of an opening remark. Access to information is not an end in itself. Access to information is only a tool towards something. You cannot say that we have enough access to information and so we are doing well. And I'll give an example of what is happening right now with the challenges we are seeing in the social health, the SHA system. NHIF was not good, but I think SHA is even worse in terms of transparency. In your experience, where do you think access to information compromises service delivery? What is the interaction between access to information and
access to services? And I'll start with Mboro. Yeah, that's a very relevant question in terms of where we are with access to information. And I think we will always have to refer back to where we have come from in terms of the steps we are making towards access to information. In the previous regimes, especially when Kenya was getting independence, information was basically or largely a reserve of the state. It would be even ridiculous to imagine that citizens would have unfettered access to information that is held by government. But fast forward to 2010, when we gave ourselves a new constitution, it came with so many rights, and among them was the right to information under Article 35. And this basically says that as a citizen, you have the right to get any information held by government so that it can help you to exercise other rights. And this access to information, as you have rightly put, is not ideal. It is not just walk to a government office and you get this information. Even right now, it is still a struggle getting this information, even when we have the Access to Information Act and the regulations. This talks to how disconnected government is to providing information. And it starts and ends with civic education. Because the moment even the citizens themselves do not know that they have this right to information, then it becomes so difficult for them even to request or demand for this information. We have been struggling with civic education, and the closest we have got is right now we have a bill in Senate that has been brought by a very progressive senator, a very young lady by name Senator Okenyuri. And there is still a lot of pushback from senators in terms of bringing a legal framework towards accessing information. And I think this is a call to each one of us, especially in civil society. Right now, I think our mind should be focused on making sure that the civic education bill is passed. Because one of the proposals in that bill is that every county should allocate a certain percentage of its budget to civic education. And if you look at Section 100 of the County Government Act, and my friend here from the County Assemblies Forum is going to answer us, I don't know why the MCAs are so reluctant to actualize Section 100, where citizens need to get access to information from their county governments. We have very opaque systems, we have very opaque governments, but again, on the other hand, I think citizens are not pushing enough to have information that is going to come from the state, that is going to come from our county government, that is going to come to citizens so that we are able to exercise our rights. This information may not always be given, but citizens must know how to get this information.
Thank you, Mboro. Wambua, could you tell us what the interaction between access to information and service delivery is?
Yeah. Thank you. Just a quick one, and also adding on to Buru's submissions, is that I think there is a direct correlation between accessing information and service delivery. The thinking is that if you are not able to access information, you are likely you're likely going to be able to have limited access to services. For instance, if you are not able to access the SHA package benefit, then you will not know what benefit you can get from the SHA. And that means you don't know who perhaps to hold responsible to deliver these services to you. So when you have limited access, I think it's more likely that it is going to hurt your chances of accessing that services. You don't know who to hold responsible to deliver that service to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony?
Thank you so much. I would start by asking a question. Why are we accessing this information? Because now that is where the buck stops. Because when you look at the constitutional and legal provisions, they are very clear. Article 35 on access to information, and also the Access to Information Act, as my brother Mburu clearly put it. We access information so that we take a particular action. Remember, in the previous session, someone talked about duty bearers and right holders. what is the role of right holders with regard to access to information, and the nexus with that with service delivery? Because you access this information so that you take a particular action. So the question is a citizen taking this action? Because legally the provisions are very, very, very clear. So the answer is with you people, because if it's about service delivery, you access this information so that you push a particular agenda, may it be legislative, planning or budgeting, because you see now that is where now the cake is on the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Esther, as you respond, I'd like you to reflect on the robust laws that we have on access to information and the progressive framework apparently that is in existence to allow us to access enough information. What would you say are some of the outcomes of these robust laws? Do we have benefits from them, like reduced corruption, for instance, effective use of public resources? What do you think are some benefits to these laws that we can say we have accrued from having those policy frameworks?
I will start by saying, they say if you want to hide anything from an African, what do? You put it in a book. Because they say Africans don't read. But I'd like to demystify that statement at the same time, because at this point, we are moving towards a literate public. We are moving towards people who read, people who have access to information. It is not like the days of Moi, where only the elites or a few percentage of people could access any kind of information, and in this context, government and public information. Dr. Rugo clearly said here that the days of Moi, you would wait for Saitoti to read. How many pages were they? He said he read the speech for 4 hours regarding the budget. And it is until he read and finished is when a few people could access it. And you could only access it where? At the government press. So first we have to recognize and appreciate we have to appreciate the milestones we have come as a country in access to information. Now, Article 35 clearly states that every citizen is entitled to access government information. So even to the citizens ourselves, us, we have no excuse, because if it is information, it is out here. You can take your smartphone, you can look at the budget policy statements right now. You can take your laptop, you can open a social media page, the pages for the treasury and you access information there. So for us, we have no excuse about accessing information. We can access that information. But at the same time, the information that is out there for about public finance and government information out there, is it broken down? Because the nexus or the interconnection between service delivery is policy. Government delivers through policy. Everything is a policy issue. It is through policies where we get service delivery. So we have to be conversant with the policies. And are we conversant? And is the government doing anything to make sure that the people they serve are conversant with the said policies? So when you look at the policies around everything, you'll find that they're so complex. The budget policy statement this year has 178 pages. The finance bill last year had 134 pages. I have just been oriented into budget and public budgeting and public finance management from last year, 2023. Now I'm catching up. But how many people are going to sit and read 135 pages of the finance bill? And those are jargons. We have jargons all over. We see budget appropriation. We see annual development plan. We see county fiscal strategy paper. So people don't know these things, and it brings a feeling of giving up, and you say, yo ni mambo yao unawachia. But sasa tukiwaachia hao, that's where they push their small agendas that we don't know, we come to not know. So for government to deliver, it is through the policies that we should be aware of. And I'm happy we have had a finance bill since independence, and it is only 2024 that the finance bill was out here for everyone to know that, oh, we've been having a finance bill. what are the provisions in the finance bill, or it is to reduce taxes or to amend or to increase the taxes. Now people are becoming more aware. So I have to note that through that we are going to get efficient service delivery. We're going to get transparent systems, because nothing will be done without people knowing. The Adani deal was exposed by a young man he's in France. But the information got to us, and that is where our entry point was, and we said, no, you have to stop the construction of this airport using the Adani deal because it is not transparent. So as we access information, we are going to get transparency, we're going to get efficient service delivery, we're going to get more involved in how our taxes are being used, and we are going to get a more responsive citizenry that is in touch with the government. I will stop from there.
Right. Thank you, Esther. I want to stay on that and ask Wambua what access to information, at least as a disability rights advocate, what does simplification of this information mean? Is it translation to Swahili? Is that sufficient? From a disability rights perspective, what does access to information and simplification mean?
Yeah, thank you for that. Just to begin with is to mention that one of the major key challenges around access to information and disability is actually the accessibility of the information itself. If you look at the Data Protection Act, is progressive in terms of allowing citizens to access data, but it is mute on the format under which the data should be submitted to the public. And if you look at most of the legal and policy framework that my colleague was also alluding to, they are not very explicit on the format and the platforms that data that is said to be public should be accessed to. So one of the challenges in disability is accessing this public data. If we have a public data on a budget and you want to display it on Treasury portal, for example, do you have necessary accessibility? That means a person with a disability, any form of disability, can access the website and interact with that data on an equal basis with others. Most of the time is that that is a no. These public websites and platforms where we have to access the data are not particularly accessible. That is one. And then again, the format. The format under which this data is packaged, is it accessible? I think you also referred to the bulkiness of our bunches and such. It becomes a challenge for a person with the disability to interact with that kind of information. So ideally, when you are producing this public data, this public content, care has to be taken to ensure that this content is packaged in a way that is accessible to persons with the disability. We have a lot of ways to do that. Are you able to package this budget in what we call easy to read format for persons maybe with intellectual disability? Are you able to package this in Swahili, like we have those wananchi Swahili form of budget? Are you able to break it down in simplistic terms so that persons with disabilities can interact with us? So directly to answer your question is that is a good effort to try to have the budget in Swahili is a good effort, because ideally you need to produce and provide citizens with alternatives to receive the message. So doing it in Swahili is a good thing. So also you should go a step further, try to break it down to easy read formats. Are you able to produce a braille kind of a budget that a person who is blind can interact with? So accessibility is a key thing, but trying to diversify the platforms that people access to, and also the content itself, it's going to enhance accessibility of this information. So doing it in Swahili, it helps in a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Wambua. So, and when I was preparing for this session, I checked the public procurement investment portal, the one where all contracts, all tenders are supposed to be published, and it's not working. Like there's literally nothing. Either the government is not procuring or that information is not provided. So Mboro, would you tell us how successful have been other online portals similar to procurement investment portal. What kind of benefits are we supposed to be getting from such a website? What are we missing? What is the opportunity cost of us not having an operational public procurement portal?
We must appreciate that at least we are somewhere. Because if you look at most of the portals and websites that are there, at least we have a data point where we can start by getting the information. And as my sister has said, it is very complicated information, but at least it is a starting point where as civil society we can get this information and try to break it down. And two websites that have been very useful is the Office of the Auditor General and the Office of the Controller of Budget. These are, I think, two ladies who are heroines in this country, the current holders of these offices, because they are trying their best to provide information that we would otherwise not get. So at least when we are able to go to the Auditor General's office in terms of the website and we get this information, we cannot be able to break it down into something consumable for our citizens. And for once, I want to imagine that in this same setting, replace this beautiful tent with an acacia tree. Replace this serene Nairobi environment to your shags wherever you come from. Because all of you are visitors in Nairobi. At the end of the day, when you go to retirement, you'll go back to your villages. So look at your neighbor and imagine it is that grandmother who is your neighbor at the village. And look at the other side and imagine that is that guy you left in the village who did not even make it to class 8. The conversations now we are having here, in that context, would these same conversations hold water? When we are talking about the jargon that my sister was talking about, when we are talking about hundreds and hundreds of pages of policy documents, would this conversation be relevant when we change the circumstance to the village level? And the answer is no. So we have to be very intentional about breaking down information into what our citizens at the grassroots can be able to consume. And this is where we all come in. We are the privileged who are able to get this information, read it, and understand it. But it should not end there. It should be, translate this to your mother tongue. Put it in a video in TikTok or wherever you want wherever you want it. Send it to your village WhatsApp group. Let people understand these conversations from a language, their language perspective. Because in Kenya we have this misconception that people who cannot speak English, people who cannot speak fluent Kiswahili are not literate. And you would be very surprised if you go to the village there, you find a very old mzee who cannot construct a Kiswahili statement, leave alone an English one. But the kind of content that that person have, if only you are able to translate that to somebody else who is not hearing that language, you will see the kind of value we are losing, the kind of conversations we are missing out simply because of a language barrier. And in this, our 21st century, a language should not be the measure of intelligence. It should be the content of what people are articulating. And as I conclude on that point, I really want to appreciate Budget Hub and the coalition of organizations that are working on budget transparency. For once, now the counties are behaving, because now they are providing now the budget information on their portals, because they know if they are not going to do that, they will be ranked lowly by the budget transparency survey. And this is a tool that is really transforming access to information to this country. And I think we should always appreciate the baby steps we are making towards the bigger picture of getting better information. And now that your mic is on your mouth, I end it there.
Right. Thanks, Mboro. I like the enthusiasm. I hope this is the way it is in Bunge ya Mashinani. Yes. I want to come to Anthony. Last year, during the finance bill conversations, there was a lot of information provided, but there was also some aspects of misinformation. So given that Mboro has alluded to issues of technology and using digital tools to drive the agenda on public financial management, how better can we harness this technology to ensure that more people have accurate, credible, and timely information? What can the government do, and what can we on this other side as consumers of that information do?
Thank you. I totally agree that finance bill last year raised a lot of concerns and discourses around issues of accountability and matters of how revenue that is generated is actually utilized. Now, with regard to the how, this is what I think. We all have a role, but I think the duty bearers have a bigger role in making sure that matters of transparency are actually taken care of with regard to access to information. On that regard, therefore, I think as citizens, we need to make use of the platforms that already exist. We have dashboards, citizen dashboards in various government ministries at both levels, and also make use of the mobile platform that exists, including USSD platforms. Try to be inquisitive. What is it that you can do as a citizen to try to find out accurate and timely information from the government? And I think once you get the information, how then can you verify this information? What are these places that you can knock, what are these doors that you can knock on to find or verify some of this information? And if not, because I believe these are a multifaceted discussion and it's a multi-stakeholder space, we have the government, we have the civil society, Budget Hub is here, we have so many civil society organizations in government and planning and budgeting space. These are places that you can easily reach out and to verify some of this information, specifically with regard to finances. Thank you so much.
Right, thanks, Anthony. So as I come to Esther, I'll invite also the colleagues in the room to start preparing a few questions that I want the panelists to answer. But I wanted to ask, how can open data empower investigative journalism or more active, or more active civil society, like we've seen in the Open Gov Hub model? So the model works with tech developers, journalists, civil society, to synthesize all information and produce what seems like a dossier that discloses information to the public to make them aware of what is going on. What kind of collaborations can we pursue, given what you know about Kenya?
Okay, thank you, Dan. Because we're talking about government and service delivery, we're talking about government and the people. And for service delivery, there are several actors who are in between here. It is not just government, it is not just the citizens. There are actors, civil society, there is the media, there is the international organizations, several actors, citizens themselves. So what needs to be done is to create that cohesion between all these actors, and that's why you talk of an open hub, Gov. The problem that we have right now is that the government is looking at other actors as their enemies. They look at them like people who are attacking them. The media has a responsibility to disseminate information to people, because it is once you get information, then you know how to act on that information. If something is not, if you cannot act on something you don't know. And therefore, there is the media, there is the civil society, the organizations that are into this work of civic engagement, because people have to know. People have to know how their money is being spent. They have to know where it's going. They have to understand why is there disparity between the political class and the citizens. So all these actors should come together and have a mutual responsibility, so that the government does not feel like these people are attacking us. In fact, it was Gladys Boss-Chollet the other day in Parliament. She was saying that they're going to take away the licenses for media stations that report, I don't know, she said false information or what. But I know, like, in a media perspective, by the time someone is airing the news, do you think it can be false? I think the media should be more, it's even more transparent than the government itself, because if you follow these stations like Sam Gituku's daybreak in the morning, or what they have on every Thursday. You find them breaking down all that information. Now you start to understand, oh, this and this is happening, this is what it means. But now when the government sees that these actors are their enemies, then it means it's a war that you have something hidden on your side, you don't want exposed. There should be cohesion. In developed countries, there's cohesion between the media and the civil society and the government. Although there'll always be that war, but we should take steps to go into that direction where everyone is an equal partner into disseminating information. And I will come to this this story of the fake fertilizers. Maybe people knew about the fake fertilizers, but they did not have a platform to air their stories, because people will be affected in Karachuonyo, in Siaya, in Makueni, but they don't know where to air their platforms. Maybe they're finding technicalities in accessing government offices or the officers in charge. So what did John Allan Namu do? He aired the story. He went to people who are affected. He showed the fake fertilizer, and it brought all this conversation where we had the CS was supposed to be impeached, but he wasn't impeached. But at the end of the day, something was done. We had that conversation. So we really have to come together. I want to appreciate civil society organizations and even organizations like Bajeti Hub, which do see a lot of civic engagement to inform, to train. Because now that I know, I can also use my platform. Now that people know here, someone has said we can even translate it into local dialect. We can always use those platforms. We have TikTok. You can post something right now. It will get 2,000, 10,000 views. So there needs to be access. There also needs to be training and capacity building of people who have this information so that they do not distort the information or leads to malinformation, disinformation, and other purposes. So now that the main actor is the government, it needs to take deliberate steps into incorporating civil society, organizations, individuals, and whoever is in here to bridge that gap and have the proper policy communication.
Right. Thanks. I want to come to you, my audience, with a question. Rina, I see your hand, but I'll come to you. And there's another hand there. And I want, as those three hands reflect on a few questions, I want you also to let us know, is there anything like oversupply of information? Last year, towards the end of last year, there were 4 tax laws that were published for public consideration. 4 tax laws. For public to give their input, I think, within a week or so. Is that oversupply of information? How does that facilitate engagement with citizens or impede engagement with citizens? In the meantime, please take Rina's hand.
So for me, I am? Right.
I think it is oversupply because why give us, I took part in that process and we were given 4 documents and the list document had like 64 pages. And then you're telling us you need to give comments in the 6 days window period. So how effective is that process? How efficient is that public participation process? Because you're hiring people to interact with 6 or 7 documents in a period of six days. Even Parliament itself doesn't take such time to go through, in coming up with reports in this. They go for retreats for at least 2 weeks or something. Yep. So if at all, it is overburdening us with information, with jargons of terminologies in government that as a common citizen may not really understand and get to interact. Unless, again, if this is a citizen who has not gone through the civic engagement aspect, then they will not even understand anything at all. So it's overburdening citizens with such kind of information.
Thank you. Rina, your question?
Thank you. I want to take us back to why even organizations like Bajeti are able to ask for the government to publish information. It's because it's pegged in law, the Access to Information Act of 2016 requires that government is supposed to publish budget information. But there's something else we need to cure that is coming up, even from the conversation we had yesterday and today, which is called the jargons that are in the documents. And because we learn from countries, and I'm not saying we're going to copy-paste here, the US has a law that is called the Plain Language Act. Plain language means that all government documents that are produced are supposed to be presented in a language that people can understand. And this law is being implemented by different sectors, different departments, including even civil society organization, or just it's a law in the US that you're supposed to communicate in plain language. So it's maybe why some people will say, why should we provide that information in a citizen version format, for example? It is upon you. We threw a document on the website, go and find it and read it. But now, as our MPs, because they have tendencies of legislating laws that are not pro-citizens, maybe it's time to propose some to them, and one of them would be a plain act law that can be discussed and what should be in there. And like I say also, it's not a copy-paste. It's a contextual. It should be contextual to the current issues we are facing as a country, to cure the issue of we are not experts of everything. So if it's a law that is coming from the health department, then it needs to communicate to someone who is in transport who does not understand health. If it's a law in another department, the same. But all in all, it should be binding, not just to the government, but also to the entire citizens, that whatever you bring out there, avoid jargons and go straight to the point in terms of what you're saying.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rina. There's another hand.
There was one of your three,
Yeah.
your first three over here.
Good afternoon. My name is Vincent. Mine is more of a reflective question. I think we appreciate the journey we have traveled in terms of access to information. There's an expansive law that provides citizen access to information right. But my question is, while the law is expansive, why are we not seeing information being provided proactively? What seems to be a problem? While we have an expansive legal and policy regime, why is it that we still not realize proactive disclosure of information within the government sector?
Thank you.
Just wanted to also add Osman from Northeastern Regional Budget Hub.
Right.
Also, the question is for accountability has something to do with availability of document and information. For example, if you don't know where the project has been implemented, and you don't see the information available in the public website, maybe you have the information, but you have it in your pocket or in your office. We don't see the document in the public website. So it's also affecting us. Why will we beg, follow, meet, engage people who are paid to do their work? Why will I come to your office and tell you upload the budget document in the public website, and that's what we are paid to do? That's one. Two, also the accessibility, for the example for the disability. You are calling for public participation, but where you are doing it at the venue, it's not accessible. That is denying indirectly the access to the information. So be the document available in the public website will help us to see work that has been done, the service has been offered, amount that has been used, and how efficient it was. Thank you.
Thank you. There are two ladies here, and then we can come back to the panel.
The two ladies?
Yeah, there are two ladies here, and then there's a gentleman.
My name is Roslyn Asena. I'm here courtesy of Budgeti Hub. My question is, what is it that we can do to ensure that the government prioritizes civic education at the grassroots? Because county governments are depending on CSOs like Budgeti Hub and others like Hakijami and other Uraia and other. If they don't do it, then it means we will never get to where we are. So grassroots civic education and engagement is the way to go. what is it that we can do to ensure that the government allocates a budget for civic education? Thank you.
Thank you. Kerubo Yunke. I represent the Lake Region Budget Hub. My question is, yes, we want to access the information. For what? There's this sentiment that we say that we want to access the information. Maybe you can access the information from the website, the county website. So in terms of the comprehensiveness, how now this information we are accessing, how are they comprehensive? What kind of the information are being provided in those budget documents which can enable us to account for something? In details, like the county can give information on the revenue, how they have been collecting the revenue from the previous years, but they just give a shallow information. So how this information is going to assist you in terms of now accounting for something, something you want to account for. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, and then Nelson, very briefly. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Paul Mugi. I'm from United Disabled Persons of Kenya. And my question comes to the panelists. I've just come in a few minutes, and I just wanted to ask on how this information can reach to persons with disabilities. As you create this information, the bills and the acts, do you make sure it's in braille form? Do you make sure that it is in an easy-to-read version? Do you make sure that it is in a way where we can use a text-to-speech device? I can get it both in an audio version and in a print version. And I believe right now we are in the age of artificial intelligence, where things are now easier to create. So what's the skills?
Right, Nelson, and finally to my colleague there.
So thank you, Nelson from Nyeri County. And so counties are actually preparing the access to information bills currently. So for Nyeri, there was a public participation this Monday, this week. But what I realized when I tried to check other counties, what they are doing, they have a generic guideline because they are being supported by CAJ, that is, I think, Commission on Administrative Justice, and GIZ, an NGO. And my experience is that these donor-driven or support-driven bills, they usually become generic. You ignore the stakeholders and the citizens. And so what happens is that once it's been approved, the NGO or CAJ will report it's a success, but the county is left with a bill that they cannot implement. What is your take on that? Should we have that generic guideline?
Back to you.
Thank you, Nelson. There's the lady next to Nyamai. Do you still have a question? Yeah.
My name is Sheila. So
yes,
to
Sheila.
answer your question first, I would feel like if the supply of documents,
yeah.
I feel like when they give us that oversupply of documents with a very short timeline, those are the kind of things that we should really look into, because I feel like there might be something they're hiding, like kitu wanataka itupite. So those are actually the things that we should really look into clearly. And also, on that point, to bring up the civic education. When we have things like this, it's very difficult for the public to sit down and read a 164 document booklet. So this is where the grassroots civic education comes in, because if we don't have such organizations that actually do take the time to go through those documents, then it becomes very difficult for the public to even get the chance. So what are like the reforms or the things that are being put in place so that even these documents, atakas na kuja ka 300 pages, someone Ashinani can even take the time to know what is entailed in this document, so that these things, this is stupid.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So I want to start with you, Anthony, and you could respond the question from a colleague in the Nyanza Budget Hub. Why do you need to access this information? What do you need to do with that information? What is the aspect of comprehensiveness in it? I saw the county budget transparency's call for the last recent survey was that the average score, I think, 56%, meaning there is a lot of information that is supposed to be provided that is not. But what do you need to do with this information? What's the utility?
Thank you. I'll go back to where I began. Why do you need to access this information? Because you need to take a particular action with that information. And if information is there and you've accessed it, then so what? Because I think the biggest gap that exists is citizens really participate in matters of governance. For example, on matters of budget, we all know the budget cycle, the annual budget cycle. But there are also the planning document, from the sectoral plan to CIDP to ADP, all the way to the expenditure and audit purposes. The issues that we are talking about access to information and service delivery, you have not participated in the CIDP, for example. Then you go to participate in subsequent document, ADP moving forward. You may be pushing an agenda that was not captured in the planning document. So you have the information, yes, but then you cannot action that information because it's not properly captured in the documents that matter. So how I'd answer that, Dan, is we need to be clear and deliberate on the kind of information that we're accessing and how we intend to push the agenda on that particular information, because there is the legal aspect of it and also the policy aspect of it. You understand that policy informs legislation. So action and push for some of this information. From the floor, someone asked about, allow me to digress about the access to information bills that are being fronted in county assemblies, sponsored by CHA and GIZ. Yes, I'm aware about it. But yes, it is donor-driven. But you as a citizen, what is your role in making sure that whatever is captured in those model laws mirror or reflect the interest of the people that you serve? Number two, these are county laws. We have elected MCAs who represent, amongst other mandate of member of county assembly, is representation. Are they aware of some of this aspect? So as a mwananchi, fellow taxpayer, you need to be aware of this multifaceted approach in matters of governance and how you can approach them to push a particular agenda.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. There were two questions on civic education, Boro, and I want you to answer this in the context of the National Treasury was trying to do county-level engagements on medium-term debt strategy. And the feedback I got from one of the colleagues is that when they engaged this civil society and communities at a county level, they did not get any feedback that would be useful for the medium-term debt strategy. They were getting things about development, we need a road here, we need a health facility here, SHA is not working. What is the place of civic education and whose responsibility is it?
Thank you for that. I started by saying I'm a student of history, and I think where we are coming from should always inform where we are going. And when we were starting our national journey of development during independence, the forefathers identified three things as the biggest challenges facing the country then. One was poverty, the other one was disease, and the third one was ignorance. On poverty, we are doing quite well, thanks to devolution. So we can always say that our poverty index at least is dropping. The human development index is going up, and so poverty cases are actually dropping. On disease, we are doing very well in terms of fighting diseases. And we can also say the same for ignorance, in the context of saying that we have gone to school, the transition rate from primary to secondary is very high, from secondary to university. We are looking at the fight on ignorance on the academic bit. But take any engineer from this, my beautiful panel here. Take any doctor, lawyer, and ask them whether they know about the CIDP. You will be surprised that however much educated citizens are, they are not well versed with information that will serve them in being responsible citizens, in terms of budget, in terms of policy, in terms of public policy. So we are doing well in terms of academic, in terms of fighting ignorance, but in terms of civic education, we are getting it so wrongly that when you go for public participation, you cannot be able to relate between the document that is being discussed and the conversations. People go for public participation, for example, on the ADP. And now they are starting to talk about how licenses are high, how garbage collection is not being done. And you know these politicians, because they are the ones who come for that, they will pretend to be very busy noting what you are saying. But in the real sense, they know that what you are saying is simply hot air. And it does not add any value to that process. And they will never stop you. So we must be intentional. And my sister here has asked a very direct question. What is this that we need to do to make sure that civic education, we get it right in civic education? As civil society, we are only supposed to complement what government is doing. And that is why we are non-governmental. Non-governmental. There is government. So the county civic education bill that is currently before Senate. Public participation was done first quarter of last year. But that bill is at risk of dying off at Senate because not many of us are talking about that bill. It is only Senator Okenyuri who is going to the Senate and saying why we need civic education. And I think it is high time that we add our voices to say that this civic education bill should pass so that the immediate effect of that bill is that now we will be able to go to our counties and say, look here, we have this county, the Civic Education Act of 2024. We need you to put budget lines in your budget to fund civic education. And one thing that, an opportunity that government is losing. And anytime you see over 20, 30 people gathered somewhere, the NIS is among them. And so I will want to address the NIS so that you pass this information to government as intelligence. That we lost an opportunity for civic education when the finance bill of 2024 failed. Because that is the opportunity that government would have taken to inform citizens what this public, what the finance bill contains. Because the people who went to the streets, young people, were seeing this as a creation of President Ruto, and they were thinking that this is something that has been brought for the first time in Kenya to finyilia citizens. What they didn't know and what government is not telling citizens is that this has been there ever since we started we started public participation on public finance. So it is high time government invest in civic education. It is high time that you make citizens be aware that the finance bill would be actually a positive tool for citizens to lower taxes that they are not comfortable with, and to give government these conversations on what works for us in taxation or not. Otherwise, we are heading to Finance Bill 2025. The first person who is going to talk about Finance Bill 2025, the first reaction would be, mumeanza hiyo ujinga mlianza nayo 2024. You have now come back with this finance bill. Yeah. And it will be a problem. So government has lost an opportunity, and it is high time they invest in civic education because it is not too late. Let people know what the public, what the finance bill is, and what is its place in the budgeting cycle, both for the counties and both for the national.
Right, thank you. Wambo, I would like you to reflect on what Rina was saying about plain language model. And as you answer that, also let us know, what do we make of the inconsistencies we see with different budget documents? We have a target or an indicator in the budget policy statement that is different from the one that is in the medium debt strategy paper, that is different from the one that is in the budget or the borrowing strategy. So what do we make out of this inconsistency?
Yeah, thank you for this. Just a quick one is that the idea of the plain language act or a bill, I think it's a good thing, because ideally you want every citizen to be able to interact with the budget documents on an equal basis. So if we could have some obligation to national and county governments to produce their documents in a simplified way that citizens can engage with, it's definitely going to enhance effective public public participation, and that's one of the key things I also see on the legal and the policy frameworks. Yes, we have legal and policy frameworks around securing our rights to access information. What I'm not seeing in this legal and policy framework is the next logical step. They are obligating government entities to produce information, but what they are not doing, they are mute on the how. Is the how this information is to be produced. The information need to be produced, is it in plain language, like she was referring to? Is it in accessible format? So also, as I also go to answer that, I also want to, the county that is developing the access to information is also some sort of a lesson you could pick from here, is that you could be in the lookout on those sections where you're talking about providing information. You may want to qualify the how the county needs to be providing this kind of information. On the inconsistency is that if you have two key budget documents, the budget policy statement and maybe the midterm debt strategy, that are not speaking to one another, then what will happen when you go to planning and implementation? When you want to plan, then what document are you going to be referencing on? What is going to be your blueprint when you want to execute or implement a certain project? So this inconsistency definitely is going to produce incoherency in planning and also executing of the budget. But one of the key things that I think is hurting and is going to hurt is on participation. If you don't know what reference document you're going to reference to as a civil society organization, for example, then how are you going to advocate? Because you need data to advocate. So what data are you going to use? Because these two key budget documents, they are inconsistency. What data are you going to reference to for you to meaningfully engage with the budgeting process? So it's going to hurt our participation, effective participation, and it's going to produce incoherency in planning. And in addition, definitely then, who are you holding accountable? How do you secure accountability? Since these documents are conflicting in their vision, when you want to hold somebody accountable for something they are doing, because there's incoherency in planning and execution, who are you going to hold accountable for? Thank you.
Thank you. As I come to Esther on the question of what limitations are there in Data Protection Act that limit our access to information, I'd like you to do this in the context of the new health laws. There's no mandatory requirement for SHA to provide information about the assets transferred from NHIF to SHA. They do that on consideration of whether that information should be out there. So there's a very huge trust deficit. So what do you make of that, and what are some of the limitations that data protection has on the access to information?
The biggest limitation I see with that act, in context with what you said, like the SHA, is consent. I think it's consent, especially when the data controllers have monopoly over the people who they need the data from. So what was your question with SHA again?
What is the limitation of Data Protection Act in access to information? How do that impede on the right to access information? For instance, the requirement or non-requirement by the SHA to disclose information about assets transferred from NHIF. It's not mandatory. It's their prerogative whether to disclose that information or not.
Okay, so the first limitation of the Data Protection Act is consent, as I said, especially when people have to give out their data to the government for it to be used in planning or budgeting or whatever they're doing. Because where is the balance between privacy and accountability? Because you can be having my data for the longest time, and I don't want you to have this data. So the limit I'm seeing there is actually the balance between transparency and the balance between the transparency and the right to private data. Yeah.
Thank you. So before I invite you to make your closing remarks, are there any questions in the plenary for another round? Any question? Anyone? All right. So thank you. As you make your closing remarks, starting from Wambua, I'd like you to say what the future looks like. Is it bleak? Is it better? And what is our responsibility in ensuring that there's more meaningful information, and information is provided less anecdotally, as we've seen, being the case? What is the next steps? How does that look like? How does the future look like for us? Is this, do we need to change access to information as a tool to development? Do we need to climb on another bus? Or what is the solution to this impediment?
Yeah, thank you. And also thank you for the opportunity. I think when it comes to access to information and public participation, these two are conjoined. You need to have access to information so that you can have effective public participation, so that you can also, as a citizen, participate in the governance process. What I'm seeing scanning the environment is that we are in, let me say, in a good place, somewhat, definitely with the room to improvement, because we are standing on some solid legal and policy frameworks around access to information. So that on itself, it's a good thing. Although from where I sit also, the legal and policy framework, the limitation for me there is the how that information is being provided for. So there's an opportunity when either reviewing or changing or developing new legal and policy framework around access to information, there's that opportunity to qualify the how on accessing the information. But I think we stand in on a good foundation with regard to access to information. Another thing I would just like to mention is definitely on, from where I sit, is on, and I'm biased on disabilities, on accessibility. On accessibility. As you know that when we talk about open data, and access to information, we're actually talking about government giving this information mostly on digital platforms. This information, the portal you are referring to, they are digital platforms. So if you are not able to access that digital platforms, you are not able to access information, you are not able to participate in governance. So it's a mandate to the government to make sure their websites are definitely accessible. And just to mention, one of the key things we have been able to do is that we have in what we call Global Disability Summit in Berlin, I think next month or so. So government normally makes national commitment at international stage with regard to issues of disability. And one of the key things is that we have been able to make Kenya government commit in making sure that their websites and portals will be accessible by 2027. So it will aid also in accessing to information. The last thing I want to mention is that it is the bridging the digital divide, because these things are online. We also need to bridge the digital divide in accessing them. So we need to capacity build citizens on a digital inclusion. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that, Wambua. Mburu?
Yeah, I think, guys, as we talk about access to information, should first of all ask ourselves, what are we doing with the information that is already provided? And if you look at the last Controller of Budget report, she was actually lamenting that this information, I keep raising this information year in, year out. I keep raising these queries year in, year out, but nobody takes up this to question. And so when the institutions that are providing information feel like they are doing it and it does not have any consequence, then there is no motivation for the other institutions to actually provide this information. So I'm calling upon ourselves. Look at these documents, for example, the Controller of Budget reports. They are saying that if you look at the development budget, as much as counties are heading to the 30-70 rule, where 30% is development and 70 recurrent, when you come to the actual implementation, the absorption rate for our development budgets is actually 6.1%. That is something that should actually worry us, and it is something that we should be able to interact with, so that we are seen to be consuming the information that is already out there. So this is what I would put as a call to action. Let us leverage on the information that is there, and also let us use the Commission on Administrative Justice. And that is the Ombudsman. That is one institution that is charged by the Access to Information Act to make sure that the law on access to information is being followed. And these are an institution that is quite efficient. Write to them when there is no proactive disclosure of information in the institutions, and you will see how efficient the Ombudsman is. And let us make sure that we use the available avenues. And thank you very much for the interaction.
All right.
This has been a good forum.
Thank you. Anthony, briefly, your closing remarks. I see people are gathering in the field.
Thank you so much, Dan. I'll try to be as brief. With regard to how the future looks like, I would say that the future is extremely bright. We are living in an extremely enlightened generation. But then we have a role as a people to participate in this governance process. If we take a survey here on how many people participated or went for public participation in the CIDP process, or rather the most recent document on the executive side, which is CFSP, you may be surprised. The percentage may be too low. Even Boro here, I'm not even very sure whether you attended that public participation session. So the key thing here is, what is the role of the people? I start at a vantage position because we are talking about civic education, I used to do civic education previously, and I know where the gaps are. We have monetized matters of civic education and public participation. Most of the people who attend those sessions are going there for other reasons other than give meaningful participation in matters that appertains them. Because I agree information is there. Budget have IPF Global actually do budget briefs. I know budget documents are voluminous, but briefs exist. I know there are also legal gaps, like now CFSP, when you look at the PFM, county assemblies are given 14 days to actually consider it. That's a problem that needs to be addressed. The other thing that I need to be looked into is working with opinion shapers. Just a second. Opinion shapers. People from the media, teachers, church leaders. Today, everyone in church, even the provosts, are talking about matters of governance. Let us enhance their capacity on this issue so that when one stands at the pulpit, I don't know what it's called at the mosque, he can at least throw in 1 or 2 words on matters of governance. Thank you so much, and I look forward to meeting you next time.
All right, thank you, Anthony. And now the final, only lady in the panel.
First, Anthony said that we have monetized the civic engagement activities. I say we should do that, because every issue is a budget issue. Because we can't be out with civic engagement and we are not eating and we are hungry. But I'd like to say that if all the articles of the Constitution were implemented until now, we would see proper service delivery. The thing we have to be aware, even as we talk about access to information, is that the government has no goodwill for us. You see what is happening. Even if you're even if you're supporting this government, just know this government has no goodwill for you and me. Because why are we listening of all these corruption scandals? Why are we waking up to how many billions have been taken away from treasury? You hear SHA, no accountability. You hear Adani. You hear sugar scandal. I mean, it is only one thing is clear. No goodwill. So what to do? You as a citizen, someone asked, what are we going to do with that information? Now that we know, advocate, advocate, and advocate. Push, push, and push. Because if it were not for the Gen Z revolution in 2024, finance bill ingekuwa imepitishwa mpaka saizi. Because 2023 it was politicized, taken here and here, taken here and here. It was passed finally. But 2024 was stopped. So that was a start. Now we know the power that we have as a people. So, and I know that the organizations which are doing this. I know of grassroots people that are pushing into this thing, because it's sad to hear that something like the civic education bill is being put to the side. Why? That is a new issue that is coming up. It should be taken up. We should have a budget for it. Even political parties should now start preparing manifestos outlining budgets, issues, public debt. They should come clear with us. But at the end of the day, it is us, the people, who should now take responsibility, because we know the position of the government in all this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's appreciate my panelists as we transfer the program back. It's they have done a tough job. I was just asking the questions and they had to think about them. So let's appreciate them once again as they go on to sit.
Thank you very much. Let's just come at the front for a photo session with the panelists and the moderator. Let's appreciate the moderator for keeping time and having such a wonderful engagement. Thank you very much. Let's also appreciate the good work the sign language interpreters are doing. It's very difficult to notice them, but they're doing a very, very good job over there. We're going to transition again to lunch break. Please be here by 2 p.m. so that we can be able to do the next forum, which is going to be on agriculture, financing agriculture for smart, for climate resilience. Make use of the food courts for your lunch and refreshments that are over here. And also, welcome to the music session down there. We're going to have a music session at the main stage. We'll try and shake our bodies a little bit and enjoy some music. Otherwise, thank you very much for being such a good audience. And let's meet in the afternoon. Asanteni sana na karibuni. My DJ. Chezea kitu kidogo hapo ya kutransition.
Tipsy, tipsy of the remedy. Your love tasty, baby. You're sending me crazy, crazy. Can I be a lady? I love the things you say to me. I like it when you're talking dirty. Can we get kinky tonight? I got so many things on my mind. Never seen a guy so fine. I like it when you do me, you can be. Can we get kinky tonight? Got so many things on my mind. Wanna be squeezing tight. Yeah. Ooh, honey, you got me so high, so high. I can't lie about the way you play me. If you want me, take me, send me crazy, crazy, baby. I love the way you taste me. You're so tasty like pastry.
Converge inside the stand and be able to see and talk about public financing, especially in the issue of smart agricultural financing for climate resilience. So let's all converge and come back and have a good discussion and engagement. I know there's a lot happening in the other villages. There's a lot of things happening, and we also need to also focus and be able to continue our discussions so that we are able to finish this session in good time with good results and outcomes. So if you can hear my voice and you belong here, please make your way to the Public Finance Management Village, what we're calling the red corner up here, so that we can start our discussions on this afternoon's topic. Karibuni sana, and we hope you have a good deliberation and a good engagement. Karibu sana, my able MC.
Thank you so much, my brother. That's a good think a good catch up. DJ, taniekea kitu tufanye kama jana, si ndio? Haya. Tuko tayari jamani? Tuko tayari jamani? Sioni kama mko tayari bwana. Ndio tumetoka lunch, najua tumewekelea kitu pale ndani imetulia imeland. Na najua bado hajafika chini na hang hapa hivi. Si ndio? Tusimame kidogo. Naomba tusimame kidogo. DJ, niangushie kitu ya Gen Z. Kitu fine, kitu fresh. Tusimame kidogo tutingike. Haya, this is a public finance management village. Naomba wanafunzi wa Ala Starehe Boys Center tukuje tuungane pamoja tuanze. Hapo nyuma. Tuko pamoja. Twende hapa. Twende hapa. Twende hapa.
Mkurugenzi mzalendo black red and green najivunia sana maneno ya fresh and free niko huru raia bariani clean patriot before Mariga bebe Champions League kaza mkuti bendera zipepe huu.
Haya, wacha tuoneshe na miondoko hapa. Nataka tuoneshe na miondoko hapa. Hiyo tuoneshe. Haya, tuangalie hapa.
Kenya halisi nasijaificha inaonekana kwa rahisi mboka inapigwa fena fando flena ishi tutamu kuona vijana wajenga nchi
hapo katikati
bendera yetu Kenya
tuangalie kwa kioo hapa ndio kioo hapa ndio kwa kioo tuangalie kwa kioo zunguka bwana zunguka kidogo
smile cheki kam gapi statue na ku like mekuma kweli tatu gidinya sema wadu una bend pose alafu na raru
ati mapangale
piga statue inua mkono alafu cheza na mguu piga statue na ku like mekuma kama tatu simama piga walege
unaona hiyo eka mgutari
pige makofi utachoka mikono doma na utamisi pige makofi utachoka mikono doma na utamisi nyingi undono bailando umlando
usishike kitu jamani usishike kitu toa kitu toa kitu
tushasikia
nani hapa anaonyesha wapi kioo rudisha kioo rudi donyesha tena hadi upe kioo hadi
tushasikia kikingia ni kuplas uko ngabado na chukua madam so anguka nao itabaki meflow
kwende hapo
kwa single for now ndagi singeja patikani
peleka chini peleka kodi chini bwana
sukate call niko chomba ya G mimi najua utakuwa irizo release acha nikushow kwanza form ya Didon nishashika mpoa na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mimi tunasikiza Shin City tuna feel free teka video na post pale NGC jina ni Kantel Kurapsi ni talent G anguka nao
peleka pole
anguka nao cheki anguka nao twende down low now stand up to your feet mikono juu alafu click
wenda chini
alafu one leg anguka nao
weka mguu moja mbele weka mguu mbele cheka hii
anguka nao
thank you so much DJ nataka unipeleke mahali nimeangalia hapa nikapata simama ndugu yangu bado shachoka ndio tumeanza bro hiyo koti utatoa by the time I'm done with hiyo koti DJ nipitishe Viga kidogo uniweke Kakamega tuingie pale Busia alafu hii barabara iishie Trans Nzoia kwa natembea au sio si ndio hii barabara ianze Kangemi si ndio kuna majority ingie pale Viga kidogo bado DJ pulo DJ ngoja unajua hiyo nataka kama watu umetulia hiyo tunataka hapo kidogo tutarudi hapo acha tuingie pale Western kidogo nipitishe Viga nipite pale Luanda niingie Kakamega tutokee Busia tukunywe chai kidogo tuingie Bungoma tusalimie Papa Roma tumalize safari Trans Nzoia DJ umepata kitu Tafuta hiyo kitu bwana. Haukuwa umejipanga jamani. Sasa unajua sasa itapata, unajua every issue is a budget issue. Aya, in the meantime naomba hawa wenzetu wenye wako hapa tujiunge kwenye tenti. Senate. Hatuwezi combine the houses. Sasa you are the minority. Sawa, tukae mbele. Tuchukue viti za mbele. Wana seneti wenye wanasema lazima wakati pale usonge mbele. DJ umepata? Polite. Tunaingia Western sasa. DJ. Hey my brother. Hapo nyuma tusimame. Tusimame. Wapi kio? Wapi kio? Haya, twende. Twende hapa mabega. Piga mabega. Piga mabega. Ruka kidogo. Ruka kidogo. Haya, kilo ndio hiyo. Kilo ndio hiyo. Jalani nyuma yake. Ingia 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 nyuma yake. Pellet. Ingia nyuma yao. Hii kitu inaharibika. Ayasa. Makori. Makori. Ingia nyuma yao. Oya sina. Oya ya umbola. Senata. Senata. Haya. Oya ya umbola. Oya ya umbola sina. Oya ya umbola sina. Senata. Senata. Oya ya umbola sina. Tukaribie, tukaribie jamani, tukaribie. Tukaribie. Usikate chini, usikate chini. I look you, you look down. I think of you, I don't eat. I think of you, I don't eat. I think of you, I don't sleep. I think of you, I don't sleep. I think of you. Wala unapenda na sisi, usikate chini. I love you. Mukanga nuli buza nuli musumba nomba mukanga na wenyanga uri. Wapi hao? Mukanga nuli buza nuli musumba nomba mukanga na wenyanga uri. Wamanya Rosirida ni bosi wo hadi mujere wa bene. Hapo twende hapo. Wamanya Rosirida ni bosi wo hadi mujere wa bene. Ibe mulanga Rosirida mujere wo ni bosi wo. Tumika, tumika. Usikate chini, usikate chini. Usikate chini. Roselida lero na manya. Mukanga lula sundula buzi. Roselida lero na manya. Mukanga lula sundula buzi. Mukanga. Kwenda hapo. Kwenda hapo. Wako wapi watu? Sema uongo kwa wapi? Ati nini? Ati nini ndugu yangu? Ati nini? Hiyo ndio hiyo. Wale wameketi. Hamjui mna miss nini? Angalia hiyo kitu. Aha. Ndugu yangu, leta koti hapa bwana. My friend, leta koti hapa. Ati nini? Wale waongo ni nini? Ati asemaye kesho. Ati nini? Asemaye kesho nini? Nini? Leo asemaye kesho ni muongo. Asemaye kesho ni muongo. Peleka chini. DJ pull up, DJ pull up. DJ ngoja, DJ ngoja. Tutapanda mlima. Mlima tutapanda. Baada ya kuguza. Unajua tukiguza itakuwa shida. DJ. Nataka unipeleke. Ngoja. DJ ngoja. Hadi tuende wapi? Tuingie Maseno. Tupite pale, yani tuingie pale Nyando. Tupite pale Aero. Tuingie Europe. Tutulie kidogo. Tutoke. Pige shughuli pale Siaya. Tutoke. Tusalimie watu wa Homa Bay. Turudi Migori. Alafu tumalize kazi pale Kisumu Dala. Nipatie kitu ndugu yangu. Kitu fresh, kitu barida.
Ndatomeirwo marũa nĩ aratakwa ĩna rĩkũndũ kwarĩ na pate.
Ngoja. Huyu DJ ni kama alikula kitu kutoka huku. Ni kama mlimwekea kitu. Nampeleka ama kuna handshake ya Nyanza na in the spirit of broad base. DJ nipeleke Nyanza kwanza. Tunamaliza na kupanda mlima. Unajua tukipanda mlima saa hii tutachoka. Tupande mlima ya mwisho. DJ.
Yes.
Haya.
Eli, toto.
Sikia shughuli. Unajua hii haitaki haraka. Naona mama anaelewa. Pole.
Engineer Fred.
Weka hivi. Moja tu, weka tu. Shika na tumbo. Shika tumbo.
Ogina juala.
Ile kio pale. Ule wa blue. Ule. The senator in blue.
Mama para wanyasa mama.
Kio. Tupe kitu. Tupe. Wana hivi.
Apenya bendera. Era korumo kona.
Nataka niwaoneshe. Unajua hizi ngoma za YouTube hazitakangi pressure. Manake unacheza na pesa iko. Unacheza na kuna kifunguo ya kitu. Uko nao kwa mfuko, si ndio? Unacheza na gadget iko kwa meza. Hata kukinyesha huko saa? Na unacheza na mansion na inakungoja. Na suti pia si ile. Aya DJ, weka kitu tena. Pura kidogo. Aya. Pura kidogo. Watajua aje. Pura kidogo. Adi nini? Shika tumbo. In the spirit of God, shika tumbo. Aha. Toa gadget. Aya. Ati nani anapiga? Angalia hivi. Ni nani huyo? Shika kitu. Kumbe ni reverse call jamani. Toa gadget. Sijaona gadget. Wale nyuma sijaona gadget. Aya, nyorosha selfie. My brother. Nyorosha selfie ndugu yangu. Ama una gadget. Uko na simu. Ni kama uko na simu. Hapa nini? Toa gadget. Tutoe gadget hapa. Umetoa gadget. Piga selfie. Nyorosha selfie. Piga selfie. Haya, uko wapi? Piga selfie. Iko wapi? Hadi iko wapi? Piga selfie. Ngoja. Kinywa you have been fined. Kinywa ako IBC na ako ameekelea mikono, amemwaga pesa. DJ ile kitu umekula utawacha. Tupeleke Kisii kidogo. Muko tayari Mbarambamba? DJ hiko ama haiko? Tuende Kisii. Tuingie pale inaitwa Ekonge mapi? Ekonge. Tupite pale inaitwa aje? Tuingie pale Nyamira kidogo. Tusalimie Simba turudi. DJ weka hiyo kitu tuone.
Baba! Mwenye uliniumba.
Nimekulia wewe. Aya, pale nyuma naona kio.
Baba!
Naona maorako pale nyuma.
Usinisahau baba.
Hiyo ni kisu. Hiyo ni kisu. Hiyo ni kisu bwana. Hiyo. Weka nguvu mingi. Weka bwana.
Bend this way, this way. Ukitaka Mungu akuinue.
Bend this way.
This way.
Pull up. DJ pull up. DJ. Sasa juu nimeona wewe ni mtu ya mlima na unasema lazima tupande. Ndio watu kuweka budget ya kupanda mlima leo, lakini tulikubaliana every issue is a budget issue. Tunapanda mlima zero budget. Haya DJ, tupandishe mlima. Wapi kioo? Wapi kioo mlima? Hivi madai. Tupe kioo mlima. Ama hivi weke tumbo mbele. Hii lazima weke tumbo mbele. Umeweka pro box pale nje. Umeweka pro box pale nje. Uko na ploti. Ndio. DJ ngoja. Unajua naambiwa kwamba hii unacheza vizuri juu umepack pro box na uko na ploti, si ndio? Wewe ni landlord. Na umeweka area pale nje pia wewe ni anti wa area. Na unaweka tumbo na unacheza like you don't care. Si ndio? Una occupy. DJ, wekelea. Piga smile to your neighbor.
Uria undigeire nitwendanire. Ikoria wekaga riria warakara.
Kinywa bwana, kinywa. Kuja ni mgongesho bwana. Yaani mlima ina kioo.
Ukonjerete nguroragire ayuto ya rume itunga uro mationaga ndirori.
Thank you DJ.
DJ,
thank you. Pull it down. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a good energizer. Na mimi nimependa jinsi watu ya mlima wameinsist kwamba lazima tupande. Tena tunapanda on a zero budget. Mimi napenda hiyo. So we are going into our next session, talking about sustainable agricultural financing and climate resilience. Hapa tutaongea mambo ya investing in our future. Asubuhi tulikuwa hapa na wanafunzi tukasemezana, na sasa hivi tunaongea mambo ya investing in our future. Ili tutoka tukua tumekufa futi 6 pale chini tunatulia, wale wenye watakuja nyuma yetu wanapata prepare the way. Si ni hivyo? Hapa ndani kila mtu ni the Baptist. Ama namna gani? Yaani mna prepare the way. Hawamini na prepare the way. Si una prepare the way. Ule mtu akikuja baadaye anapata kwamba wewe ulipiga shughuli yako safi, uka-invest in the future. So in this panel we are going to be assisted by moderator. Our moderator will be Sheila Yona from TISA. Is she around? Where's Sheila? Tupigeni Sheila makofi. Let's appreciate Sheila as she takes to the stage. Makofi. DJ mweke kitu akuje nayo. Tuone kama wako tayari. Thank you. Watu wa Senate muko tayari? Senate iko tayari mimi nimependa. Bunge muko tayari? National Assembly. Sasa nyinyi mtapitisha sha. Unasema sha. Adishe. Okay. Let me bring on board one of the first panelists, Eve Madai. Where's Eve Madai? Eve Madai is the director. Eve Madai is director at Budget Talk Global. And then we'll be joined by Mary Karanu. Okay, we'll have Nyangori Ohenjo. Nyangori Ohenjo is the team leader at Semiride. Tumpigeni makofi. Watu ya Senate mpige makofi. Tafadhali mwache kiburi. Najua mnaumia kwamba kila mtu ambaye anaenda kwa panel anatoka kwa National Assembly. Shida sio sisi. Amu kumwaga pesa kwa ground. Sasa next time muweke resources. Enough to the county. Sunday O Eric. Kumbe huyo jamaa alimwaga pesa bwana. Tumpigeni makofi. Sunday utatupea siri ni gani? Naona kama half of the house iko na wewe. governance expert UDPK. And then tuko na Andrew Letin. Mr. Andrew Letin, where you are? Ni wewe? Wewe sasa una watu my friend. Acha tumpigie mtu makofi asisikie vibaya. Ni kama Letin my brother. Au kuweka pesa kwa ground. Thank you so much. Letin is the project assistant, climate governance at TI Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, this conversation is very important, and I believe we are going to have a good engagement. Both the panelists giving us the elaboration, and of course we pick from the plenary, we get to understand. But in the meantime, if you have any compelling question or issue, tuko na jamaa wangu pale anaitwa Watandi. Ula amebeba mikono. He will give you a sticky note, just write it down. Uta stick pale kwa PFM tree. This is the Public Finance Management Village. Welcome all. Let's give it back to Yona.
Thank you so much to our audience and even to our able panelists. I'd want us to introduce ourselves properly and so that we proceed. And I'll start from my left. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eve Madai, and I'm a co-founder for Budget Talk Global and public finance management and public participation consultant. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Winnie Ogutu from the Institute of Social Accountability. I'm standing in here for Mary Karanu, who is the advocacy advisor at WHH. And at TISA, I'm a program officer, advocacy and partnership.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Nyangori Ohenjo from the Center for Minority Rights Development. I'm the team lead at the Center for Minority Rights Development. We work to support minorities and indigenous peoples to secure their rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Sande. I support social inclusion programs at United Disabled Persons of Kenya, UDPK, which is a federation of organizations of persons with disabilities. And our main mandate is to champion for the rights and inclusion of persons with disabilities in all areas of life. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am not Andrew. My name is Samuel Komu. I'm sitting in for Andrew, who unfortunately couldn't make it for this session. He was on his way here, but he has had some delays, so I'm filling in for my colleague Andrew, who we work with at Transparency International Kenya. Thank you.
Have you said your name?
Yes, my name is Samuel Komu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Karibuni sana. That is my able panelist, and we are going to talk about food, right to food. So what's the nexus between, nimesikia the catchline is, everything ni budget, and every issue is a budget issue. So how is that related to food security and nutrition in Kenya? Winnie, maybe for the panelists who are want to follow this conversation keenly, do we have a right to food? What is right to food in Kenya?
Yes. We know that we have 30 human rights that are enshrined in the international laws and even within our constitution. Human right is in our constitution, Article 43, Clause 1. And the right to food is to be free from hunger. That is one. To be free from hunger and to have adequate food and acceptable quality. That means that within that right, as a Kenyan, you don't need just to have just any food, but it should be enough food for your stomach and very nutritious.
Thank you. Don't pass the mic yet. Maybe for context, more context, you attended the GHI launch. It was launched on Wednesday or Tuesday this week. Maybe speak into that, because I feel it will be part of our conversation as we move forward. What is GHI, Kwanza?
GHI is Global Hunger Index. That is was launched by WHH, and when I say WHH, that is Weltunge Hilfe, in collaboration with Concern. Now, this is an indicator of the hunger levels in around 163 countries, and Kenya is one of them. During that launch, we realized a sad situation in our country because Kenya scored 25 score. Now, in GHI, that one is considered higher levels of hunger. And the third state is that when this process of taking a global hunger index started, it was in the year 2000, Kenya was at 36.3. Now there has been a fight for hunger, and the hunger levels were able to reduce. In 2009, it came down to 28. In 2016, it came back to 24. But now, in 2024, it has gone up to 25. It means that Kenya, we are regressing in our fight for hunger. And there are so many issues that were highlighted that in Kenya, every 4 in 100 children who are below age 5 do not live to celebrate their 5th birthday. That was a very sad story. And the sad situation of our country, that 34% of our people in Kenya are undernourished, meaning they don't get enough food to eat. So this is something that we have to discuss as a country and see the way forward.
Thank you, Winnie. And for our audience who are following, we just want to paint the hunger issue in Kenya. And you know, these statistics, the 34%, wanakaa hivi, wajua wako Uhuru Park, wako wapi? And we have our team leader from the Center of Minority Rights, Ohenjo, just in a 1 minute, point for us the current food situation for minority people in this country. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila. I think I'll try to look at that at this issue from context.
Okay.
Why are we talking about hunger in the first place when you're talking about minorities and indigenous peoples, and especially indigenous peoples in Kenya? It's because these communities that identify as indigenous in Kenya, when we come to look at them, are communities that depend, one, on land for food production. Primarily, they're not employed in offices. Somebody who is employed in an office can go into a shop and buy food. These are people who depend on land. And if they depend on land, they've been losing this land for various reasons over the years. One of the reasons is that they've been displaced from these lands in favor of projects. When you're displaced from your land, you cannot produce. That is as simple as it is. They have also, as a result of that, suffered impact of climate change. When you have a population of pastoralists in Kajiado, for instance, who have experienced drought for 4 years and have lost all their stock, there's no way you expect these people to have food. So the context is that we have a population of about 20%.
Okay.
Kenya is about 54 million. So we are talking about 20 million or thereabouts, 19 million of Kenyans, and 70 to 80% of this population actually experience extreme poverty and hunger.
Okay.
The latest Kenya demographic survey results from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics indicated that a county like Turkana suffers poverty of about 90%.
Okay.
So that explains, that kind of creates that picture of how the hunger lack of food situation really is. And it boils down to how we are financing our food production systems.
Okay.
I think that is where it boils down to.
Yes.
How are we financing our food production systems, and where do we have rights? At what point is this financing rights-based?
Okay.
At what point do we ensure that our financing is driven by ensuring that we secure and protect the rights of the people?
Thank you. Eve, there's the budget policy statement 2025. Analysis shows we are, according to the CADAP declaration 2024, we are supposed to allocate around 10% of our total expenditure to agriculture and also to support food production and all those things. But it's been the opposite. I don't know currently where we are speaking to that, and why are we not prioritizing right to food in this country? Thank you.
Thank you so much. To build up on what my colleague was talking about, the importance of financing agriculture, the BPS was recently released, the budget policy statement for financial year 2025-2026, which is the incoming year starting on the 1st of July. So what was very outstanding was the fact that the budget is continuing to grow from 3.9 trillion last year to 4.3 trillion in the coming financial year. But now, to answer your question, the most unfortunate thing is that the agricultural sector keeps declining, allocation to that sector. It's declining further. So we need to look for other ways apart from relying on the national government and also development partners to solely finance the agricultural sector. We need to look into collaborations with the private sector. Yesterday we had a very good session for the importance, discussing the importance of why we should have partnerships with the private sector and not rely on development partners. Clearly we've seen what has been happening on the global scale. Some of the development partners pulling out from supporting other countries in terms of certain developmental projects. So one other thing that we should take note of what was presented in the budget policy statement is the fact that you need to look at the equity level of allocation across the departments under the sector. So the sector is agricultural, rural and urban development sector, but it has 5 other departments within it. So the sector that is highly getting the larger share of the budget is the crop development department. It's getting 56% of the budget for that particular sector. For the arid sector in general, it's only getting about 4%. To answer your question about whether we are honoring the commitment for 10% allocation to the budget, we are at 4%. So you can see we have a very long way to go in terms of raising resources towards agriculture. One other outstanding thing that I saw in the budget policy statement is the fact that the government wants to focus on empowering small-scale farmer holders, which is good news to the farmers who are in that particular category. We are anticipating to see that leading into higher yield in crop production, more research and development, because that's one area that the government does not like to invest in. We need more research and development. We need the money to address people's issues. So that can only be achieved if you are using credible data. And we know that Kenya National KNBS, Bureau of Statistics, usually publishes data and statistics on certain sectors, certain categories in this country. So we need to capitalize on utilizing credible data to ensure that the resources are going into changing people's lives and to the intended purpose. Thank you.
Eve, and I have a problem with the approach of government, even as they try to concentrate on production, because they come up with blanket solutions. And I'll give an example of the subsidized fertilizer program in Kenya. So they assume every smallholder farmer in Vihiga, every smallholder farmer in Kajiado, every smallholder farmer in Marsabit needs fertilizer for them to address the food systems or food situation in the county level. So again, without good, public participation for the citizens to be involved, and we've seen, the fertilizer scandal. So a lot of also accountability issues has been pegged into that. And the fact that the Kenyan government has refused, I don't want to take back my word, has refused to allocate more than 10% of its total expenditure to agriculture. Counties are following the same. In fact, in counties like Vihiga, and I want you to speak into other issues that we've seen, they're also not allocating. So what does the common mwananchi anafaa kufanya nini?
First of all, to understand how government goes about allocating resources, you need to understand the planning process. Because no money cannot be utilized or allocated without a plan. So it starts from the planning documents, which is the Vision 2030 document, the manifesto, Kenya Kwanza, Better, bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the commitments the government has made on the SDGs and other commitments like the Maputo Declaration, the Paris Agreement, and all that. So that's where it starts from. Once we have the plans, now government starts raising the resources towards going into actioning those plans. So that's where it starts from. So once you understand those plans in place, you need to also know about the policies that are put in place to implement those plans. You cannot allocate resources without policy, and that is the responsibility of the national government. So the national government function for agriculture is on policies, and then when you come down to the counties, they're in charge of things like extension officers, animal and crop husbandry, these other things, right? So the 10% that the government is supposed to allocate is a combination of the national and the county governments. It's not solely the responsibility of the national government. So indeed, counties need to pull their weight in terms of ensuring that they are addressing the food insecurity issues in their counties, which counties vary. Some counties are doing better than others. Others have worse challenges than others. So it's on an individual context, on the kind of solutions that they need to put in place, and then not just discuss about the challenges, put them in the plans, but allocate equitable resources towards addressing those challenges. And I agree about the public participation issue. I think it's about time counties prioritize agricultural conversations. When you go to public participation forums, you'll hear on other equally important topics like health, education, but agriculture is, especially in the urban areas, it's at the back burner. So urban farming should be at the top of everybody's lips in urban centers, so at least they can also contribute to what the government likes to boast about. The agriculture is the greatest contributor to the GDP, yet as you can see, allocations year in, year out keep on decreasing. So how are they aiding and ensuring to, how are they trying to ensure that agriculture still is the major contributor to Kenya's economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Eve. It is. Agriculture contributes around 21% to our national GDP. So kani backbone, mbona, if you're a backbone, si unafaa kupewa kipaumbele Kiswahili. Samuel, we go to climate. Emerging issues in regards to food security in Kenya. Do you think the government is doing enough? And are they responsive to climate issues, even as we try to address food security in Kenya?
Thank you. I don't think the government is doing enough because I usually use a very general term. If government wants things to work, they make them work. There are things that have been put in place that are supposed to be working but are not working. And now we have a lot of this conversation around FLOCA. We have issues to do with climate smart agriculture. But as Eve is saying, the commitment from government, right from the national level to the county level, is wanting over the years. And I think it might probably take us going down to be able to see the essence in us being able to invest in agriculture and have it or maintain it as the main or the backbone of the economy, if that is how it's supposed to be. But as things are, we continue to see deficits or, in different areas. We continue to see the government not coming in even in terms of climate action as is required. We have FLOCA that is still not doing well. Recently, we had the World Bank having issues with some of the counties around the finances that are being given for supporting climate governance and all that. So there is so much that is not being done. To just maybe answer your question is that we are not seeing enough from the government. We are not seeing the commitment. And the worst thing is what she has said, that the least that we need to see is the commitment in terms of resources which continue to reduce over the years.
I want us to stay just a little bit on the FLOCA funds. For people who are here and are hearing about it for the first time, maybe just speak into that so that the people get to see their role in this FLOCA fund.
Let me try to use simple terms,
Yes.
and maybe my colleagues can also come in for people to understand. We are talking about funds that are supposed to support climate issues at the different levels, and especially at the county levels. So we are supposed to, from the government side, we are also supposed to see some level of commitment as far as the resources are concerned. But the main things is trying to maybe mitigate climate issues that are there. And this is connected to the conversation we are having in terms of food and food security, because climate change is affecting a lot of issues of food security, because I think my colleague has alluded to issues of land use, how land use affects issues of climate, or even climate affects land use. So it's the trickle-down effect that is affecting us in terms of food security. At the end of it, the conversation we are having about food, but we have climate issues that are coming up, that are there, that are supposed to be addressed by these funds, that the county is supposed to be playing a key role, and also the national government, but they are not.
Yes, and it's interesting. I think we've all observed for the last 1 month, it's been extremely hot. Correct? Now, I come from Kisumu. I was telling my Nairobi friends that this is not hot. It's hotter the other areas. And so with the glaring real climate, the way government is planning, so I don't know what is in this fertilizer program that it must happen, whether we like it or not. I smell corruption, and I want us to speak about corruption and climate change and even the FLOCA funds, because for the FLOCA funds, it's 2% of the budget, of the county budgets. Counties are supposed to allocate 2% of their budget to the FLOCA funds. The budget is supposed to be the oversight bodies are actually the ward climate committees. If they have no social accountability skills. So some of these projects are just driven again by the government. So it's a whole circus, and maybe just speak into that on what the citizens can do, and then we proceed.
Thank you for that. I think for the FLOCA, surprisingly, and even moving around having this conversation with the counties, even the people who are in charge do not understand what is supposed to be done. That is one of the biggest issues. The committees we are talking about at the county level and at the ward level, they are those who have established, but they left it at that. Establishment of the committees, there is zero training. Some don't even know what they are supposed to be doing. The other issue is the delays in having the funds even from the county, the allocations. And that's why I've said the counties are also borrowing from the national government in making things not to work. And equally, the little that is coming in, it's being used by some counties to train people who are not part of even the teams. We have seen that in counties that we are doing projects around this. So I think for citizens, And maybe this is a challenge. Here in Nairobi, probably the conversation might even not have gotten here the way it's supposed to be. But in areas where we are having serious agriculture, maybe citizens are aware and are waiting. Civil society, the grassroots institutions have an idea that there are supposed to be committees, there is supposed to be funds, but the most challenging thing or discouraging is that we are left to just wait. They are not taking their role as it should be. So for us as citizens, I think as Eve has alluded, we need to start following up on the resources that are being allocated, and you can't do that unless you get to understand the bigger picture to this conversation about public finance management. You might not be able to follow up on resources around FLOCA if you don't know whether there was anything that was allocated. You don't know the plans that are there. Even the committees, if they are not privy to this information about planning the allocation, they won't be able to ask questions and even follow the money. So it's getting lost while they are waiting for them to get the trainings, to have the county tell them that the resources have been allocated and all that. So I think the first one is playing our oversight role as citizens and being proactive. I think we also need to be very deliberate with the counties. A lot of resources are getting lost across, not just within the agriculture sector, but across. I think we need to follow up with the counties around the resources that are being allocated, and also being more than proactive. We need to take up actions, citizen actions.
Yes.
GNZ showed us last year, but even before we get to that, can we speak up about these things? Can we come out as people working? It is sometimes it's a bit, I don't know whether to use the word discouraging, when we have maybe institutions, not just the civil society, but institution at different level, working within the sector, but things are still, we are not having the voices to come out and speak and let them know that we know we have these resources that are supposed to be allocated. What are you doing about it? We know that resources are supposed to be dispersed. Have you? You are supposed to set up a team that is a committee that's supposed to comprise of this and this. So we need to take up that, and maybe that should be the starting point even before we get the big chunk of the meat.
Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. And I think it's an interesting observation. And from our audience, I know tunatoka county. Si ni kweli? We have a home county. What's our annual budget allocation for 2025? Tunajua? Hello? We have our home counties, correct? Do we know the budget allocation for our counties? I see people shaking their head. We don't know. So how are we supposed to play oversight? Because there are things now we have to put into practice. Otherwise, we will be a woye country. Thank you. We go to Eric. Eric, it's again another way for us to secure the rights of vulnerable groups in terms of their right to food. And we have the cash transfer program. Mashinani inaitwa Inua Jamii. To Inue Jamii. Maybe speak into that fund. What does it do? What does it target? Do we see it working properly? Do we have accountability issues in it? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And let me begin by saying that the community of persons with disabilities is actually the largest minority group. And looking at the topical area, looking at the issues food, and even what has been said here, that the global hunger index.
Yes.
When you look at the population that is affected more, you will realize that persons with disabilities are affected more by the issues of access to food, the issues of hunger. Now, where I come from, we say...
Where do you come from?
I come from Busia, and we say
Yes.
that in anything that you go through, you have to eat first.
Yeah.
So food is very critical at making sure that the livelihood of people is, better. With good food, you can be able to contribute to the economy
Yep.
of the country. Now, going back to the nexus between persons with disabilities and sustainable agriculture,
Yes.
You will realize that many of the disability community are actually based at the subnational level. And you will also realize that they do not have access to economic opportunities.
Correct.
That means that they are involved in agricultural means at the local level. But when you look at the budget, the allocation budget that is allocated to agriculture, you will realize that even the community of persons with disabilities who are farmers, by the way, and many of them, because they were denied access to education, many of them are farmers at the local level. But you will realize that even in the allocation of sustainable agriculture programs, persons with disabilities are left behind. For example, the nearest is the project on NAPCDP, the natural agricultural value chains. Yeah, that is the closest where they tried to include the disability community who are farmers. But even so, they are always left out. Coming to the issue of cash transfer, the government is trying to make sure that persons with disabilities are cushioned, because we know we have something that we call the disability-related costs. That persons with disabilities, for them even to participate in agricultural processes, there are costs that they incur more, unlike persons who do not have disabilities. But when you look at the allocation of cash transfer, you will realize that it is not enough, and it is only targeting persons with severe disability, when there is no even a measure of that severity. There's no, threshold to say that this is, severity of your disabilities. Because remember, disability is a heterogeneous group, and it is different from person to person. So for me, I will say that there's need to ensure that we tag along the largest minority group, which is also practicing agricultural value chain at the local level. Because when you look at where persons with disabilities are based, you will also realize that they are based at the mashinani level. And we are missing out. There is a report that says when we do not include persons with disabilities, we are actually missing out on more than 1 billion circulation in the Kenyan economy. So there's need to make sure that we have persons with disabilities included. Thanks.
So Eric, just to stay on top of the cash transfer program, it's a very dear program to me. TISA was able to administer a community scorecard on it. Now you'll find that, and Eric raises very pertinent issues. The program targets 4 people: the community with people living with disabilities. We have the old or the aged, and then we have orphans. Sindo. Now, for people who's turning 70, them they get the money without questions. Winnie, you reach 70, you get the money. Whether you are a minister the other day, you get the money. Whether you are a teacher, you get the money. But when it comes to the persons living with disability, it's now an issue of threshold. We need you to be severely, disabled, which is quite wrong. We need to call it as it is. It is wrong. It is wrong. Number two, what is 2K, Sai? 2K ni nini, Eric? 2K inaweza fanya nini? Mi itanifikisha hapa na nimetoka Ocha.
Yeah, there's also that. That even when we say that our people are benefiting from these funds, but when you look at the quality of that these funds now brings to the community of persons with disabilities, it is also limited because, as you have said, when you look at 2,000 shillings right now, and this is a person that is deprived of almost everything in the community. Because many times the disability community faces barriers, accessing jobs, market. If you are a farmer with disability and you want also to have access to the market, there are also barriers there. You need to even income more to access that market. So there's also a question of quality in terms of the social protection programs that we are having, targeting the vulnerable communities. Yeah.
Thank you, Eve. I'm throwing this one at you. Sorry. So what do? You see, we have minority groups saying we need more money. We have climate issues telling us, listen, give us more money. We are dying of climate issues. What do we do in terms of just restructuring our budget to be responsive to some of these needs so that we have the sustainable agriculture that we so want?
It's okay. So what should we do? First and foremost, you've seen what is dominating the headlines right now. The Auditor General report, right? But are you seeing what the media is picking? They are picking the luxury things and, the things that are sensational, right? They're not focusing on the hard issues affecting Kenyans, affecting me and you. You see? So we need to familiarize ourselves with what is in those reports. That's the only way you'll know how the allocations are being utilized. What programs are being selected? Because there's also an issue in terms of how the government is selecting these programs. For instance, the FLOCA program, counties are doing some very interesting things with those resources. We were in Nyeri the other day for a certain engagement, and the budget coordinator from there was telling us how chicks were being assigned to farmers who did an evaluation and decided these people need chicks. What kind of evaluation was done? There's this idea of having a blanket way to solving things. So what I'd want us to request our county governments is to actively participate in the participation process and communicate your needs and ensure that your needs are being picked up. Because going for a public participation forum is one thing, but adoption, that is where the problem comes in. Citizens rarely go back into the approved documents to check whether their sentiments were actually captured. Then there's the implementation reports. This is now, it's usually released by the controller of budgets. When you look at those reports, and they're done in a quarterly basis, I think there's one box here that says that there's quarter one, there it is, the red one, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. They're released every quarter. Those documents tell you how much money was allocated, how much has been released so far, and so on. One of the things counties are facing when it comes to the releasing of these allocations is lateness. It comes late into the financial year. If you give me money in quarter 4, how am I supposed to implement those activities? There's no time. We have to go into the next financial year. So we need to have an honest conversation with government. And they know these things. They know these things, the late disbursement, because they're the ones who are allocating and disbursing the resources from the National Treasury. They know these things. Why aren't they committing themselves towards solving these problems? Yeah. So first and foremost, let us be conversant with these implementation reports. They are generated for us to know what is happening within government. If we don't read them, we are not able to advocate or learn what is actually happening to the resources. So that's the first thing. We also want to engage government for them to know our needs and to also prioritize these needs by allocating effective and equitable resources towards those certain programs and action plans. Yes, that's what I'd say.
Eric, a quick one in 1 minute. I've just been thinking, how should we organize better the minority groups, and also Nyangori, be prepared to also speak into this. How do we organize these minority groups to ensure that the policies that are being made are responsive to their needs?
Yeah, thank you very much. There is a question where we always say that the question of organizing these groups is around making sure that there is meaningful participation of persons with disabilities in the policy processes. For example, these climate change planning committees at the county level, we must also have representation of persons with disabilities in those committees. But it is also not just the question of having them there. How are we meaningfully engaging them so that they represent the issues, the critical issues of the community of persons with disabilities? For example, I was looking at the allocation of budget of the national budget, and you will realize that there is intentional allocation towards youth and women in agricultural value chains. So there is that intention. But when you are looking at now the community of persons with disabilities, it is normally like coming at as an afterthought. There is no intentional to make sure that this community also, there is an allocation to make sure that they partake in agricultural value chains, which we know that they do, because even where they are based is where they are engaged in agricultural production. So for me, I would say how to organize is just to be intentional and make sure that the issues of persons with disabilities alongside any other minority group are also captured during the formulation of the policies that are attaching to these issues, and also importantly during the implementation of this. We have said that every issue is a budget issue, and also the budget in themselves are also policies. So are we also being intentional in making sure that the issues of persons with disabilities are also captured in the budget? So for me, it is only an issue of being intentional as the government. Yeah.
Thank you. Nyangori?
Thank you. Now, before we go to organizing, let me just speak to, very briefly, FLOCA. FLOCA is actually a World Bank funded project.
Yes.
I don't know how much government gives. I don't know the percentage. But the bigger percentage comes from the World Bank.
Yes.
FLOCA stands for the Financing Locally Led Adaptation, Climate Change Adaptation activities. So this is an agreement between the Kenyan government and the World Bank to finance locally led climate change adaptation. Now, the thinking around FLOCA, I'm not an expert of FLOCA, but the thinking around FLOCA is that locally led solutions should be given the primary attention to address climate change adaptation issues. Now, what do we mean by locally led solutions? I think that is where we need to unpack. What is local? When we talk of local, I think that is where I think we've not been able to really agree. Is local county? Is anything that is being done at the county level local, or does it go lower? At what level does that qualify to be local? That is important. Now, for the communities, and especially indigenous communities, this is critical, because one of the objectives of the FLOCA Fund, if you look at the project document, was that it sought to promote indigenous technologies and indigenous knowledge. The question is this being achieved? The answer is no. Semiride has just been admitted to the oversight committee for FLOCA at the national level.
Okay.
And
Represent as well.
And I was looking at the framework of representation at the steering committee. They talk of all the other representative groups, networks of NGOs, networks of whatevers. They talk of inclusion, and inclusion, they've lumped people together. They've lumped persons with disabilities, they've lumped women, they've lumped youth.
They like doing that.
Together. There's nothing about indigenous peoples. Completely. There's nothing about indigenous knowledge. So how are you going to then attain that localization? You know, at the design. Because a lot of times, the issues that we're getting around climate change, adaptation, agriculture is at the design level. Right now, we have just launched as a government the agroecology strategy. Is it up to 2035?
2033. Yeah.
2033. It speaks, it has very flowery language around how to involve communities. The question is, how are we going to implement this agroecology strategy to attain food security? Because agroecology strategy actually speaks around food security. And when you're talking about food security, you're talking about three key pillars. You're talking about production, you're talking about accessibility, you're talking about utilization. So there are those three pillars. And those three pillars must happen in an environment of stability. You know, the communities have to be, everything has to be stable. And for you to have this environment of stability, you must provide resources. Yeah? We cannot talk about production if we do not have land. We cannot talk about production if we do not have seed. So the ability to be able to even use indigenous seed and the ability to finance that process where we are seed saving, where is it in the budget? That is the question. How are we financing that person in Tana River to be able to produce their own food, to ensure that next year they are not under the program of food what?
Food aid or
food aid, or how is it called? That is the lowest level of human dignity, human indignity that somebody can ever go, being given rations of food. But then if you want to, if you want to make somebody feel useless, make this person beg for food. That is the lowest level of human indignity.
Correct.
Our budgets should be budgets that should be able to support people to produce their own food.
Correct.
In a way that they use their own local resources. Now, in terms of organizing, and this is very critical for us to be able then to reach that particular level, I think as civil society we also have to do more. If you asked me, by the way, to go through that budget policy statement, I'll not understand it. Let's be honest. It's written in a language that I'll read the first few sentences and throw it away. And I'm sure so many of us will do that. So the question is, those of us in the advocacy space, how are we making this information, simple to understand and easy to digest for people so that they can be able to use then the available avenues to be able to engage with the processes. How are we unpacking this? Because if you're going to leave somebody, remember we are talking about a population that is very hungry in the first instance. This population that is very hungry, you expect this person is talking, he's thinking about how they're going to feed in the evening or give their kids food in the evening. You again want them to go through a very complicated document to be able to understand how to engage a budgeting process. I think that is a conversation we need to have as civil society organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyangori. Wow, you are hitting our bellies. But in a nutshell, anasema, mi nasikia njaa. We'll get to the audience in a second. Mi nasikia njaa. Sijakula. You know, I have other competing stress. And then I'm still supposed to go through a whole budget policy. Eve, come on. Okay, let's try to conclude this as we go to as we still remain to Nyangori. Again, the school feeding programs, you've had them. You've had counties trying to be responsive and coming up with school feeding programs. How effective are these in regards to food security? And the budget allocations.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Under the Minister of Agriculture, I think he mentioned climate smart agriculture. There's the climate smart agriculture multi-stakeholder platform, which are also part of. They're doing some pilots where they're engaging certain schools, especially in arid and semi-arid areas, to produce indigenous foods using their local resources. And I think that is working. And what we would want to see is how can this be scaled up and brought into policy, so that we have a policy statement alongside the agroecology strategy that has been launched. Actually, the agroecology strategy, we should be talking about how do we implement it, because it has all the things that we need to be food secure as a country. How do we find a way of developing an action plan and a policy document, and from that, a budgetary allocation? You know, and a budget allocation that is adequate for us. And what I'm trying to say is that even for, and it's not just about indigenous peoples, it's about all of us. Because when we talk about the Kenyan population, 80% of us, if we were able to revert to our indigenous ways of producing food, Kenya would be food secure. What we need is a political goodwill, an enabling environment, some stability, and financing to ensure that we find ways. And I was in a forum the other day, and people were talking about our perceptions. There's a time I was talking to an MP friend of mine, and I was trying to convince him that because the area he represents has very small farms, people have very small farms, he needed to convince people to move away from planting maize, because for you to, for production of maize, you need a very big acreage, to go back to sorghum. And this guy comes back to me and asks me, or actually he made a statement, he's like, but I don't eat maize from sorghum, ugali from sorghum. So because of that, I don't see the need why I should advocate for sorghum to be planted by people. You get what I mean?
Yes.
So it's about perception that are the foods that we are eating ourselves even healthy in the first instance, or are we eating foods that have just been, you know, brought to us and made to look sexy?
Wow.
In a way that we are now abandoning our own traditional food systems. Those are questions that probably we also need to ask ourselves. So the school feeding program, if it's designed very well, along promoting indigenous food systems, the way it's being done right now, yes, it will succeed. But then it needs financing. We need to make sure that there's enough budget allocation for it, and we need it scaled up to have it across the country. Thank you.
So we need the school feeding programs. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I'll go to Winnie. I'll want to. We take some few reactions from our audience, but as we were speaking, there was the conversation of civil society. How can we enhance our role to ensure that we are able to influence these policies in regards to right to food and sustainable agriculture and climate resilience.
Thank you so much. You realize that Kenya has very good policies, but we need to move from policy to practical things, and that comes to the issue of implementation. As civil societies, we are mandated to help the citizens understand their rights. We are just talking here about the minority people, indigenous people, but the question is, do they understand their rights? The people who are covered in the Inua Jamii program, do they understand that this is their thing and they need to demand for it? And as civil societies, that is one of the things we are doing, enhancing the capacity of the citizens to understand what is meant for them, and also enhancing the capacity of the duty bearers. We have somebody who is sitting in the office. My colleague just said that even those who are in those offices to implement the FLOCA fund, some of them do not understand what their role is. And I have an experience. There's a time we were doing some research on the FLOCA funds to understand its impact on the ground. And we were bringing on board the director in charge of FLOCA funds in a certain county, I won't mention, to help him understand, to allow us understand how they're implementing. And we were very concerned about gender issues. Are women involved in these things? In fact, he did not even give us the time to talk to him because he feared us engaging him to ask him questions. So at that point, you realize that even those who are in the offices do not understand. We call them the duty bearers. They do not understand, some, not all, do not understand their role in delivering these services in the most accountable manner. So as civil societies, we come in to strengthen the system. We realize that already the percentage, the amount of money allocated for agriculture is already low. But we have programs and initiatives that are already there to provide food for our people. Now, how are they being delivered? Then this is something that even as TISA, we are doing in Vihiga to streamline these services in Inua Jamii, to make sure that there are no people in queue waiting. If you've already been registered, when are you starting to benefit? And if you're not benefiting, what is the problem and you've registered? Is your name just being used to make money and yet this money goes to somewhere else? And so strengthening that system is one of our mandate as civil societies. We also engage the government. In the last election as TISA, we were coalition, we have the Right to Food Coalition, the national government, because we work in networks and coalitions. We were able to develop a food manifesto, which was part of our two big lions in the house in their campaigns. And so we do what is called lobbying, involve them and have dialogues like this, so that the things that the initiatives they're proposing are implemented into the ground. And another one is, you realize that in our counties, we have the grievance redress mechanism where citizens can be able to air their views or the challenges they're facing. But you realize this is something that is not it's not working. People have issues like the citizens. They have issues. I have a very good example. You know, these governors, they like shining with programs. So I have a case where the governor distributed maize seeds to farmers during rainy season. And unfortunately, this was a bad seed and farmers lost. It never grew, it never performed. And even those ones that were able to germinate never performed. Imagine the citizens trusted this leader with this seed. They ended up even not using their indigenous seeds, but to pick this seed because they were told that it will do well. It may not be the mistake of the governor, but where is the source? And are those farmers compensated? And so these are where we come in. What are the grievances of the citizens? And are they taken in? Are the citizens, are the leaders accountable for these issues? Let me end there. I think our panelists will also add.
Thank you. And Winnie, just before even you put your mic down. We saw. I'll speak about the fertilizer conversation. There were issues. There was a reason why it was labeled fake. Sindio? Kama si fake, aingeitwa fake. There was a reason why it was labeled fake. And for farmers who are able to receive the fake fertilizer, was there any redress mechanisms? Were they compensated?
Nothing happened. In fact, farmers, they suffer and there's nothing they can do. But if we come up and help them understand that this is something you can raise and it is taken into account, and they will be able to. So you find that these farmers, or the farmers who face certain kind of challenges that maybe are as a result of leaders' initiatives, they have nowhere to go. And so as citizens, we must understand that any service that is delivered by somebody in the office, we need to ask them. We need to come out and ask them, what is this that you did for us? What is it? Is this what we demanded? Is this what we can get from you? So citizens have to be empowered to question leaders so that they get the right answers from the leaders. So even as we sit here, look at those areas that the leaders come, our politicians come, and they say, we are going to do this. And if it is done, and maybe there are some mistakes, or you have suffered, you're not supposed to suffer. Rise up and ask questions. Ask questions, is this? And demand answers from that leader.
Thank you. I will stop at that and allow for questions if we have. Yes, we have one. I don't know who's helping us with the mic. We have a couple of questions. Is there somebody helping us with the mic?
Hi, my name is Lucy. I'm from African Women Global Network. I have a question to Mr. Nyang'ori and Winnie. So, you know, we are in this era of nanotechnology and Internet of Things. We are still talking about food security. I know I know in the global north, they would be talking about food sovereignty. So at what point then, because we also have the Agenda 2060, African Agenda 2063, that also Agenda 5 talks about agriculture and food production for the African people. So at this point, because I'm thinking in my head, tomorrow Elon Musk is going to tell us that he has been able to plant a crop in Mars or Pluto. Kenya here, we cannot, we're still talking about Northeastern, they cannot produce ABCD. Yet the other day I was seeing farmers in Trans Nzoia up in arms, they don't know where to take their grains. Apparently it is in surplus. So is there a way that this government or other counties can come in and interlinkages whereby if at all you don't have X, then I can give you Y and vice versa? Because I know Northeastern, they'll have a lot of meat, yeah? So now when you're giving us your meat, when KMC is giving us meat, then is it Kenya National Cereals Produce Board is also giving them grains? Because it's not giving. And also Mr. Nyang'ori has said that is the highest form of human indignity, because at this point it's going to be food aid. We know 3/4 of Kenya is apparently arid or maybe semi-arid. We cannot produce our own food for our own population. So my question is, should we be talking about food security or food sovereignty? Considering that indigenous knowledge is also tukona akili.
I know. Second person. So you've picked. I hope you're picking your questions.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Rosalie Nasena from Budget. My question is, the school feeding program targets the public schools. We understand in the country, and if I could say in Nairobi, because I come from Nairobi, the bigger areas or the bigger numbers of schools are informal or supplementary, not private. Private is a special name given to those institutions that have almost everything. But the supplementary school are those schools that are there just to assist the education system and assist parents have their children in school. So how do we ensure that those identified informal schools can also be budgeted for the food, the supplement of food? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Wambui from Nairobi Eastern Central Regional Hub, Murang'a County. My concern is food production in Kenya has become quite difficult. I, being a farmer, by the fact that the production cost is very high. So most of the farmers, like me, at some point, we want to just buy food from other places because it's cheaper buying food than just producing it. So, and I can see there are a lot of policies that have been developed and laws in Kenya that if actually implemented the right way, the production cost of food in Kenya would be, rather in farming, whatever you are doing, if you are like, you have chicken, you are rearing chicken, feeding those chicken and producing eggs or meat is very difficult because the cost of production is high everywhere. So my question would be, what would be the best thing that the government of Kenya would do to ensure that even everybody is able, the farmers are able to produce at a very good rate, and then they can be able to actually sell even to the people who are not producing at a good rate. The second one is about women and ownership of land. Women are the people who, we are the people who are so much involved in production of food, yet we do not have land ownership. So when it comes to benefits after that production, the benefit goes to the men. Because I will produce food on my husband's land, but when it comes to selling that food for my own benefit, that my husband takes over from at the point that the production is now ready. He picks up, and that's it's done. The question is, what are the protective mechanisms that can be put to ensure that women also becomes beneficiaries to the same?
Hello everyone. My name is Nicholas Dongo of the Prince Autism Kenya. So I'm dyslexic youth and I'm also a farmer. And I've seen this less youths with special needs or disability in any farming or any business. So I need to know, will you going to train us in the farming or in any business to sustain our lives in the future, mostly as the disability youths? It's difficult because our medications is high, our wheelchairs is also high, so we need to understand how to get the money to invest, mostly to invest. And the other one is, which one is the best investment to put, and which circle or where to invest, you know? Yes, thank you.
Allow us to take those, please. We respond, and then we'll take a second round. So my able panelists, I'll start with Nyangori and Winnie as you co-answer. But food security and technology and food sovereignty, and of course the conversation of, market linkages. What can the government do better?
Okay. Thanks, Lucy and the rest of the team. we are in a public finance management area, isn't it? To me, the answer has always been simple. This country is very rich. What is it that is not working? Corruption. Our biggest problem is corruption in this country. We are wasting our resources. We were told by the former president, we waste how much?
2 billion a day.
2 billion a day. 2 billion a day. I don't know how much money that is, but it's a hell lot of money. Today, we are talking of a health system that has already lost more than 100 billion. And this money is just gone to people's pockets. So my problem is for us to talk about food security, for us to talk about, to get to the level where we're talking about food sovereignty, we must rein in corruption and bring it to a level where at least we can manage. We must find a way of making corruption very punitive. Right now, it's not punitive. There's somebody who was found guilty of corruption, jailed the other day. Today, this person is a member of parliament. True or false? And money was lost. So as we talk about, as we look at about what is ailing us, why we are having problems to date in an age of internet, that we cannot be able to feed our people comfortably. Actually, we cannot be able to feed ourselves comfortably, is simply because anybody who occupies, or not, let me not say anybody, but most of us who occupy public offices, at the top of our mind is, how do I eat? So I think we have a responsibility to find a way of ensuring that we address the issue of corruption. And when you look at the school feeding program, for instance, for us to even start talking about informal schools and supplementary schools, I think we are aiding mediocrity.
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple as that. We should not even accept the fact that we should be talking about informal schools and supplementary schools. We should be talking about public institutions that are fully funded by public funds, because we pay taxes. At what point are we, becoming that, how do I put it? At what point do we drop down to a level where we are begging?
Mm-hmm.
Because that is begging. That is indignity. At what point do we allow our kids to get inferior education that we call informal? That is poor quality education. Let's put it in what? Because that is what it happens. At what point should we ensure that the government provides public education that is quality, that is required as a right? Because this is a right. Those kids have a right to quality education like any other Kenyan. I don't think we should go to that level where we are accepting mediocrity. This is not a privilege that Kenyans are supposed to be given. This is a right.
Nyangori is angry, guys.
It is a right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we need to find a way of just dealing with this animal called corruption, and it means that everybody must just stand up. If you are in a space, we need to hear that voice of ensuring that we can be able to produce food in a way that is sustainable. Personally, by the way, I don't buy milk. I produce milk.
Mm-hmm.
I have my own animals. But as I said, land is disappearing. So very soon I'll not be able to produce that milk. In Kajiado, land, we are now competing with Kiambu. We are converting all land that is supposed to be for pasture, for livestock production, into residentials, into commercials.
And Nyangori, I want us to speak into the solution of agroecology. to food issues in the country, because I believe that's another opportunity for us to go to the agroecology way, because land, the population is increasing every day. In the next few years, there'll be no land, but we must eat. That will be obvious. So what other innovative way, can the people I know this is a PFM, but of course it's the plan, it's the vision, and then the vision now follows the money follow the vision.
Yeah, definitely. When you go to planning for agriculture, and this happens from the example Lucy gave in Europe. I was in Switzerland the other day. We were there for the UPR and whatever, and I happened to go to the villages and stuff like that. What Europe has done, and unfortunately the land laws that we are using today are actually European laws. The reason why our women cannot access land is because we are using land architecture that was designed for the kings, for the aristocracy in Europe. So these land laws were brought to Kenya, and since 1901, 1902, these are the land laws that we're using, the issues of title deeds and stuff like that. Yep. So one thing is that we need to find a way of, having this conversation about land use, accessibility and things like that. The land use planning in Kenya is rotten. Today, if you wanted, and so many widows, for instance, are having these problems. They cannot access land that belongs to them, that used to belong to their departed husbands. Either they have to cede that land, through corruption and a lot of that thing. So land use has to be addressed. Let us protect land that is supposed to be for agriculture, and let us protect that land jealously, so that nobody should go to any. I'm aware of a case where some ranch land is being converted into a commercial area.
A mall.
You go it. This is land that, if you go to the county plan, it's actually set aside as a livestock production land. But now, through corruption, it's being converted. It's simple. It's what ails us is corruption. It's not that we do not have all these laws and programs and all these things together. So for us to get into even agroecology, you realize that, yes, we have a plan, but at what point do we start implementing that plan? We need to implement that plan, and that plan needs financing. What you'll realize that when it comes to financing, people will start allocating themselves budgets, to eat, not to support indigenous technologies, not to support the women, not to support the persons with disabilities across the different value chains. When the budgets are done, the budgets are being done to be eaten. And that is where our problem starts and ends.
Thank you. Eve, I feel partly you can answer what has come up from the people, because I think it's all about participatory budgeting, so that it reflects to the needs of the people, whether it's women with their land issues, whether it's the young person who has, it's from the community of people living with disabilities. So how does the government plan to make sure that all these people's needs, wants, is incorporated into this one big budget that Eve says in agro kila siku? Say to go 4.3.
Thank you so much for that. So there are very many avenues for citizens to participate. But what you should know is the budget calendar. There are certain stages of the budget process. If you miss, entirely you've missed the whole process for that financial year. So there's no point. There are 4 budget stages. So all of them, some of them happen concurrently. So it's not like one stage ends and then the next one begins. So you can see the boxes there. You'll see the different stages. So it's important for us to know which documents are being discussed in those particular stages. Who are the key players who are responsible of approving these budget documents? So once you know the whole process, you know where to plug in. For instance, in the formulation stage, that's where planning takes place. We have several documents in that particular stage. The County Integrated Development Plan, the Annual Development Plan. By the way, these boxes are not here just for urembo. They're here to also educate. You can also take some time and take pictures and get to know more about the different documents. If I was to get into all these documents, would be here until tomorrow. So I agree that the documents are very hefty. Even for us in this space who have dedicated our lives to analyzing these documents and disseminating this information in a simplified manner, it's also very tasking. You know, we burn the midnight oil. You're given like a week to give feedback through a memo by the national, by parliament or the county assembly. They give you a very short period of time to go through that whole document and give your input. I agree it's a lot, but there are those institutions like ourselves, Budgeto Global, there's Budgeti Hub, who have regular webinars. So if you know the budget calendar, and let's say you're expecting the county fiscal strategy paper, which is essentially the document that sets the sector ceilings for the different sectors. Once that period reaches, definitely there's going to be a webinar by one of our partners here. So these resources are available. It's only for you to understand the budget calendar and align yourselves with these institutions that are offering this assistance. Yeah.
Because we are also trying to give solutions. If for, I don't know, it's Budgeti Hub or Budget Global, you also have county, you know, and for the lady who, you know, I don't know, she said from Eastern somebody, it's good to get in touch with your county, a person who's working on budget, to making sure that your needs are in the budget as a person.
Yeah, so in partnership with Budgeti Hub, they have constituted regional budget hubs. So right now I can confidently say that at this point, there is a budget facilitator in every county through a project that was initiated by Budgeti Hub. So if you, let's say you're coming from Busia, I know we have very many participants from different regions. There's a budget facilitator in every county. So you can link up with Budgeti or some of the budget facilitators and coordinators that are represented here. And then they also have regular webinars that they conduct that are aligned with the budget process. So those resources are there. So there's also the Right to Food Coalition, which many organizations are a part of with different capacities. Yeah. So that's another angle of aligning yourselves to advocate for something within the food security sector, and many other coalitions that are available depending on the area of need or the sector that you are advocating for. So aligning yourself with those resources and also monitoring and tracking implementation. More than ever, we need citizens to be a part of that. And also looking at the audit reports, and not just being part of the CIDP process, you also need to be part of analyzing the implementation reports, sending out memos, because public participation can be termed meaningless at times. But if you have a memo, you write a memo, which is something that we've been doing with budget coordinators and facilitators across the country, writing memos and delivering them to the county assembly or the parliament, you're able to track what your suggestions were. And once the approved document comes, because it's a whole process, first you contribute your ideas through the public participation process. Then it's taken to the county assembly. They do their own public participation, which varies in different counties. Some do it twice, some do it once. And then after that, they take it back to the public for public input, and then the document is approved. So we often fail to look at the approved documents. Hiyo ndio msema kweli. The one you participated in the first place with the executive is not as impactful as what has been approved. Approved budgets are the ones that are going to be implemented. So we need to further engage and engage ourselves in that approval process as well. Yes.
Nyakuri, I'm being told we are bad on time. Seconds. 1 minute is...
Okay, I just wanted to respond to the lady who asked about the high cost of production.
Okay.
Very briefly. And what I would say is, I know with the advocacy going on with the Budget Hub people and TISA and all these people, what you could do is start small, start producing. If you have a small piece of land, if you're rented, that's difficult, that's different. But if you have a small piece of land where you are, start producing what you can feed on. You know, your own kind of food the little greens, the little whatevers within your own local resources and environment, and from there you can be able to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give parting shots. 30 seconds.
Let's make it 30 seconds.
30 seconds. What is your parting shot, Samuel?
My parting shot is that we have spoken about laws, we have spoken about the country, the good country that we have, the land and all that, but I think our biggest problem, and I think we have had this conversation across these tents, is that our problem and biggest problem and solution might not be anywhere except the leaders we have. We still have the same leaders leading us up there since 1970 something.
So to eject.
We need to inject and get the new people who are going to enforce these laws, who are going to make change.
Thank you. Eric?
My parting shot is around the issue of intentionality. There's this fallacy that where are persons with disabilities? They say that we cannot find them. I want to say that if you are all intentional, then we will be able to reach the community of persons with disabilities so that they can contribute meaningfully to every issue in our society.
Thank you. So let's be intentional. Thank you. Nyangori?
Thank you. Intentional, but I throw it back to us. Let us be purposeful in fighting corruption. That is the only way that we'll deal with issues of financing in agriculture. If we want a better food system, food security and right to food to be achieved, we have to deal with corruption and how it impacts on financing in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Winnie?
Yeah, I want to call to the government to fight the issue of debt crisis because it's affecting our location in agriculture, and the issue of gender injustice to solve the issue of land ownership of women.
Thank you. Eve?
Without repeating what my fellow panelists have said, because I tick to all their points, mine is to implore all of us to be active citizens, to sichoke. It is each and every one of our responsibility. No one is going to come and read these documents for us. We will do our part. We'll meet our end of the bargain in terms of always trying to simplify and creating spaces like this to have these public finance management conversations. So activism until we get to the 10% allocation rate that we desire to. Thank you.
Thank you. Those who are my able panelists, hearty claps to us, please. As we conclude, thank you very much. Nimejaribu, si ndio MC?
Thank you so much. Umejaribu sana. Let's photographers. Picha zitakuwa wapi mzuri? Tusimame hapa chini. Hapa chini iko sawa? Sawa, tusimame hapa chini. Munyoroshwe picha. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a good day. We've had a great conversation from morning hadi saa hii. Na tunataka kukafunga. But before then, DJ, niwekee kitu. Nani ako na sticky note yenye iko na maswali ama concerns? Ile iko na maswali ama concerns. Aya, huyu anakupea sticky note. Do the writing. Ile kitu ulikuwa unataka kuuliza yenye hujauliza. This conversation is not ending here. We are doing this conversation at
Everything you put your hand, go walk. You never open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand, go walk. You never open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Every hustler getting paid. Where the hustler
So ladies and gentlemen, hizo sticky notes mmepata. Write a commitment. What are you going to do as far as public finance management is concerned? You as a person, that's now where what Eve Madai said, individual responsibility. Each and every person has a responsibility. Sasa andika hapo your commitment, alafu utapea huyo watande akuja weke hapa kwa PFM tree. DJ. Let me. Your sticky note. Ensure you have a sticky note. Just ensure you have a sticky note. It's very simple. Just a commitment. Even if you commit to preach the gospel about PFM, ni sawa. If you commit to keep knocking on the budget talk global doors for support and everything, ni sawa. But just put down a commitment on what you are willing on or what you are going to do as far as public finance management is concerned. And then there is an announcement hapa. Kuna kitabu, kuna ka notebook ilikuwa misplaced somewhere. Imeandikwa UDPK. Kama umeona notebook yenye sio yako ama karibu na kitu umeketi imeandikwa UDPK, tafadhali uniletee. And then tuko na stickers hapa from TISA. Zinasema chakula bora si bora chakula. Wapi yule amenipea sticker? Kuja. So what do we do with this?
So for the Right to Food advocates, on behalf of TISA, we have a few laptop stickers, fridge stickers that we're handing out. Zimeandikwa chakula bora, si bora chakula.
Aya, sasa hii ndio wakati ya mimi kama mwanasiasa kung'ara. Mpange laini hapa. Kila mtu anisalimie. Nikiwacha, nikipeana. Niulize maswali. Senator, what is your commitment?
Is to be more proactive in matters budget financing.
Senator amesema commitment yake ni kukua more active on matters budget financing. Proactive, Hiyo umeandika kwa sticky note? Umeweka pale? Umeweka yako pale? Polite. Aha. Nani mwingine anataka sticker ya laptop? Sticker ya laptop. Okay. Hii ni sticker ya laptop. What's your commitment?
Basically, it's to share the debt accountability to Kenyans, and also to teach people on what they need to be checking once the budget is out.
You're going to sensitize people on what they need to be checking once the budget is out, and also preach the gospel on debt accountability. Umeandika hiyo kwa sticky note? Umeweka pale? Umeweka kwa kitabu nenda nyumbani? Tafadhali. Kama umeandika kwa sticky note, tuwekee pale, si ndio? Aya, chukua sticker yako. Just write watende. Leta sticky note. Ndio hii. Chukua hii. What's your commitment?
Mine is to preach the gospel of manifesto, and especially when we are nearing the election period, there is need for the community, the citizens, every other person to ensure that we turn the tables around. We don't wait for the aspirants to come and tell us what they need to do for us. We are the ones to tell them what they need to do for us. So my commitment is to preach the gospel of grassroots community manifestos.
Polite, chukua sticker yako. Grassroots community manifesto development.
Yes, CPA Jonathan. So my commitment first is to participate on public budgeting, participation and approvals. The next one is to sensitize the citizens on misappropriation of funds and embezzlement, if any arises.
Sensitize the environment on misappropriation of funds?
Embezzlement.
And embezzlement. Aha. Chukua hii sticky note. Alafu chukua sticker utabandika nyuma ya laptop ama kwa simu. Aha. Commitment. Nani ako na commitment? Nani ako na commitment? Kuja my brother. Kuja. Commitment. Ndugu yangu.
Yeah, on making sure that we have meaningful participation of the citizenry.
Okay. Chukua yako.
To teach fellow youth about finance management and budget management.
Teach fellow youth about finance management and budget management. Mtaenda chukua hii. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, mtaniruhusu nimkaribishe Josephine Mai, who will give us guidance. But before that, angalia hapo kando ya kiti yako ama chini. Angalia hapo chini, umeona? Kuna chupa ya maji. Kanichukulia uniwekee kwa ile tanki ya blue. Nitazichukua zote nikienda nyumbani. Let's appreciate Josephine. Tumpigie makofi akikuja atupe guidance. Thank you so much. Wale wako pale, tunaomba tukuje hivi tumalize kama timu moja, kama familia. Tafadhali. Tusiende, tukuje hivi tumalize as a family. DJ, karibisha hao jamaa na muziki bwana. Wale wako pale, tuko hapa hii side. Tafadhali tukuje hivi tumalize as a family. Tukuje tumalize pamoja. Tukuje tumalize pamoja. Tukuje tumalize pamoja. Tuingie. Bado niko na stickers. Bado niko na stickers. Huyu kijana wa University of Korogocho. Tuingie, tukuje tuketi hapa. Tumalize pamoja. Tukuje tumalize pamoja. Umepata sticker? Tukuje pamoja. Tukuje tumalize pamoja jamani. Hello, tukuje huku tumalize pamoja. Tukuje hivi tumalize pamoja. Thank you. Tukuje tusonge tumalize pamoja. Sawa DJ. Thank you DJ. Aya.
Thank you, Babu, and thank you, everyone. Good evening. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can't hear me, raise up your hand. If you can hear me, clap twice. Good. For those that we've not met, my name is Josephine Nyamai. I'm co-director for Budget Talk Global that has been hosting you in this village for the last 3 days. And we began the village with amazing remarks. And I would just want to, because we have had just our last session for the day. And for this year, I would just want to read key things that have come from day one. You know, the first session that we had around opening, we had another session around the panel session on debt. We had another session on tech for budgets. We had another session of political parties as drivers of PFM. We had, in day 2, we had another session around breaking the silos on accountability. We had another session on devolution at Crossroad. We had another one on mis and disinformation in public finance management. And we had also another session today, which was the 3rd day at the PFM village. We had a session in the morning that was focusing on the children and the budgets. And it was an amazing session. And you saw that children are also actively participating in the budget making process. After that, we had a session on reforms, policy reforms around health, what is working, what is not working. And, after that, we had also a session on data and open governance that was led by Mzalendo, and we are finalized with an amazing session on financing agriculture and climate resilience that was led by TISA. Allow me to just read some of the things that have come out in the last 3 days that we have been able to in the last 3 days that we have been here at the PFM village. And I remember during the opening sessions, Dr. Abraham Rugo said that all of us come from a village, sindio? Hata kama umezaliwa mjini ulitoka kijijini, sindio? Whether you came by bus or whether you came by birth, are we together? All of us is coming from a village somewhere. And he reflected on what we wanted, what kind of a village that we wanted to build. I think we've had conversations, we've had deliberations, and the theme for the village was from public
forward. So as we conclude, I would like to acknowledge some partners who without them this would not be possible. We would not be sitting here today. This has been a co-creation of partnerships amongst several organizations. So I would like to acknowledge Bajeti Hub, Mzalendo, World Vision, TISA, and MediaMax. Those have been our main partners in this PFM village. They have offered both financial and technical support. We are truly, truly grateful for their partnership on this PFM village. I would also like to acknowledge there are so many, the regional hubs first of all, because that is one area I have come from. I have come from NEC. I want to appreciate all the regional hubs. Some of them have traveled from as far as Busia to be here to support us. So there are 5 regional hubs. If you want more information, there's a gentleman over there, tall gentleman with his hand up. He can tell you more about the regional hubs. I also want to thank the media partners, the production company, the people who have helped us ensure that we are streaming online and people at home are able to watch and interact with us. Thank you so much, Muhammad and team. Asanteni sana. I also want to thank BTG team. I don't even know why I didn't start from there. Only us know what it has taken for us to put this village together. Please come here. Larry, Sheila, please come here. Wetende, Josie, Isaac, I don't know if they're around here. BTG team. It's taken us a little over a month to put this PFM village together. You can only imagine what we can do if we had more time. So next year we are coming bigger and better. So this is our team. You guys can see something.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sheila Kobia. I support BTG Communications. I'm very happy to see all of you here. And I really appreciate that we've taken the time to come here and we have made this very interactive sessions. It was not just a lecture, but people have actually asked questions. You guys have taken notes. So just as we have said, as the event ends here, we have to take the message out there. Let's not just go about our normal lives. We have to carry the information we have here and share it with the people outside there. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Larry Naftali. I'm part of the BTG team as a comms person. I do more of design, everything. So I can say, at first, I remember when Eve introduced me to this, I told her, this is too serious for me. Because I'm not used to this, government stuff, politics and everything. But I can say, with time, as she told me, you learn, you'll engage yourself, you'll get to know people and everything. And I can say I've known people. I've heard some of these big people talk. I've heard how they reason. And I can say from this forum, from this village specifically, I can say I've learned a lot. And I want to, whatever I've learned, whatever I've heard from everyone here, from the audience to the panelists to the moderators here, I can say that with that, I can engage more into this. I want to be part of this even more. The next one, the next and the next one, I hope that you guys are going to be here. You're going to be part of us and you're going to, show you more of how this thing works, yeah? So hope to see you guys again. And great day and great event, yeah?
Good evening. My name is Wetende Duncan. I'm the assistant administrator in BTG. So personally, I'm excited to have all of you here. Here we want to ensure that in terms of budget, when they are talking about budget in government, there is openness, transparency, and accountability. We want to ensure that each and every jargon that is written in the budget, we are going to well articulate it to the public. So we want to ensure that in terms of budget making a process by the parliament, you want to make it easier for the public to understand it and ensure they learn what is there and what it entails, and that's all about public finance. And I appreciate you all for coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please help me clap for them. Thank you. Yes, I would also like to thank other organizations that have supported us through engaging us as panelists and moderators. It has been quite interesting putting those sessions together. I think we're the only village that has been able to do session briefs for every session. So we want to take this conversation further and develop papers from all the sessions that we've had, because we believe they're very important things that we need to follow through after, especially since the budget is going to be read in a few months. We need to have some of these things that we have captured through these conversations included in our memo submission for the national budget. So I want to thank all the partners. There are so many. We wouldn't have an inclusive set of panelists, participants, and moderators if it was not for UDPK. Special thanks to them. They enabled that we were an inclusive session. Thank you so much, Sunday and your team. I would also like to acknowledge you, the people who have come and engaged with us. We also really value your participation and feel encouraged to see people being quite interested in these conversations. Kitambo, it was just a conversation for the elite. Now, every single Kenyan, I implore every single Kenyan to be part of this conversation. So thank you, participants. We also want to thank the general PDF team from CMD. When we approached them about potentially having a PFM village, it was widely accepted. So for them giving us the opportunity and the confidence in us to constitute this village, we are forever indebted to you, CMD, as the conveners of the People's Dialogue Festival. Thank you so much. We also want to thank God. Thank you, God, for allowing us to make our way here to get through the sessions, and each and every one of us coming every day. It's so much dedication from Wednesday to Friday. That is a commitment. So it doesn't end here for the festival. There is another session tomorrow in celebration of International Women's Day. So it's not a women event. Gents, we are all invited. So we are going to have one session tomorrow at the main stage. The villages are done today. They're going to be collapsed into one at the main stage. So there's something happening tomorrow. And also after the villages end or wrap up today, there's some entertainment that is going to take place. So don't be in a rush to get home, sit in traffic. So you can still indulge the entertainers at the main event today, this evening, and tomorrow. So thank you so much. Asanteni sana, and see you at the next one.
National anthem, basi tusimame tuimbe national anthem, tufunge national anthem. I would like to invite you all this evening for our Sarabi. Will be playing music at the main stage. Sarabi is the revolutionary Gen Z band that will be performing there. Please, from 5 o'clock they start the performances, and we continue mpaka sele utachoka. Yes. Somebody has lost phone. Announcement.
There's someone who has lost their phone. So if you've seen an Infinix phone around you somewhere, she's right there. So if you see it or find any phone lying around, please return it to her or to me. Imekaa tu kama like 20 minutes ka imepotea, ijapotea sana. So
Umeflash.
Eh?
Umepigwa.
Umepiga? Amesema inaitana.
Anasema anapiga inaitana, endelea kupiga, labda tutasikiza tukitoka, tuangalie kama utaisikia. Imezima tena? Please be vigilant with your stuff, and also if you happen to see somewhere lying around, maybe it just fallen somewhere, let's take it to the lady. DJ, nipe national anthem.
Asanteni na karibuni tena kesho, International Women's Day. Welcome.
Chosen generation, we've been called for to show His excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation, we've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, for I know